So, what's the subject that we're talking about? Well, you can probably see from the thumbnail and this title that we're talking about how counterfeit social media is. And in particular, social media content creation organizations, now that their life and existence is effectuated by way of social media, peer-to-peer communication. The death, of course, happened years back of peer-to-peer communication and the liberation of human thought, freeing us from the manacles or the trammels, manumitting our minds from the control of central states, crime rings, socio-political organizations, political parties, and et cetera. We finally began to be able to communicate with each other, and really it began in a weak way with peer-to-peer communication on spaces like MySpace, and then went into overdrive as Facebook displaced MySpace. And we really began to see the world. And when I'm talking about Western kind and how we have the exact same anti-whiteism afflicting us from one town to the next, one city to the next, state to the next, country to the next, continent to the next. And we knew these stories, of course, prior to the internet being robust enough to carry all of the information that it can today, and that bar for participation being as low as it is today. We knew we still were in communication with our brothers and sisters around the world, talking about socio-political matters. And so we had people travel great distances, and Jonathan Bowden, for example, coming to the United States and giving speeches from the UK, and so many others. We don't want to get bogged down in the history of names, personalities, and organizations. Suffice it to say, though, that while the information was known, while people were aware that anti-whiteism, under the many names that content creators, org leaders, and participants would call it, most of those, of course, assumed or taken by anti-whites themselves, which, as we know here, is in error to do. While we knew and were aware of this, and maybe to some degree appreciated the extent of it, our brothers and sisters, really in their many tens of millions, were unaware. And so once peer-to-peer communication really began to take off on the internet, a lot of realities were being revealed. And we still have that to a degree today, although now and increasingly there are minefields, and we'll be talking about these minefields that can trip us up, can undermine our advocacy, can ruin our reputation, etc. And people began sharing stories that were quarantined to their town, to their state, to their region, because this is how anti-whites and anti-whiteism operates. And we talk about it all at length in the Go Free dialogic, which works. And another exciting aspect about this is the proof of the arguments that we make about why, one of the reasons, I guess I should say, why Go Free, this practice, is superior to everything else. And it's a magnificent coruscating proof of it. Truly a coruscating proof. And it's the kind of thing that should really solidify us who are already convicted and dedicated to the practice. But this should be, if there was ever any doubt, this should be the final piece of evidence that the Go Free dialogic is indeed everything that it is said and demonstrates to be, but even more, it is eternal. And we'll talk about exactly how that is the case. You're already seeing it. You just have to develop the vision for what is before you. So people began communicating, and we really came to understand how widespread anti-whiteism was, how deep it reached into everybody's sinew around planet Earth in the West. Whereas before, I think we had a maybe a superficial understanding. We thought some areas were radically anti-white, and we heard of areas that were maybe a little better, and maybe they will liberate themselves. And once the peer-to-peer communication really ramped up, we found out indeed that no, there was awful and there was awful plus for the white race. That's all there was around planet Earth. This, of course, known to the most devious, powerful, and wealthy anti-whites, that this was the case across the planet. But of course, for those who are operating the machinery of state, for those who are at that same tier as a result of wealth and connectivity and organizational strength and peoplehood and so much more, they were able to look at the internet and see the opportunities there for complete control, like nothing that humanity has ever even fathomed. Even in our most maniacal, fretful, awful dreams, nightmares. And slowly but surely, the online space of virtual reality, and in particular here we're talking about socio-political subject matter, directionally, wherever that's touched upon, socially, politically, and that includes, of course, all of these different avenues of human expression and participation, charity, religion, league, club, brotherhood, on and on. All of this became a target for a great many entities. Now, before we get to that reality, which of course is the death knell, we'll step back just for a brief moment to 2020, 2021, when we really began ringing the bell here about what I had talked about intermittently in the years prior, which is the problem of the capture of the dissemination of information. What information is disseminated on social media? And we talked a lot back in 2020 and 2021 about content creators, and this is now perennial. It will never change. Content creators, when at that time, really demonstrating at that time, and of course in the several years before that, but certainly in toto since then, content creators, as opposed to prior to this period, were driven and increasingly driven by not just popularity and thereby aggrandizement and maybe sexual options, but also the income from it. And as content creation has become increasingly income driven, every principle is thrown overboard, especially for the white race, a race of people that are selfishly individualistic, bar none. Nobody else competes with that selfish individualism. And so they become driven by nothing but profit and everything that can be defined as profit. So that can be cash, that can be gifts, that can be sex partners, that can be pats on the head, the aggrandizement, that can be popularity contests, driving these content creators. Well, since all the principles and the morals go out, it really becomes out the window, it really becomes an amoral space. Not necessarily immoral, but certainly amoral, servicing the selfish interests of the individual content creator. The more people that they can drive to their content, the more they're going to be rewarded. Truth doesn't matter. There's nothing that you can be measured against. The other content creators will challenge your truths, but you have a right to challenge their truths. The more sensational, the more fantastic, the more bizarre, whatever is entertaining, whatever will offend. This rage bait content is ubiquitous now. Clearly, people saying things to outrage, to get engagement, to drive that conversation, that argumentation, and therefore conversation. And content creators are well aware, the most adroit are well aware that they can flip from one position to the next, one day after the other. They don't have to be consistent. The most successful when it comes to their popularity and the increase of their wealth are the least consistent. They rarely have to make an argument about why their position has changed or why they see things now. Very often, it can be something as trivial as, well, now I know X, and so therefore I hold the contrary position. And they can flip back and forth, and we all have seen this happening. So here we're talking about if there were no organized groups of people, whether it's in the feds, foreign governments, socio-political entities of various types, criminal organizations, etc. If there were none of these organized scenarios, we would have still arrived in virtual reality at a place where everything is a lie. Everything is a fiction. Everything is faker and more plastic and more bogus than anything the boomers or any of the previous generations imbibed over the course of their lives. And as a consequence, as if not more pernicious to imbibe. And here we're just talking about the content creators endeavoring to have more fantastical stories, present themselves in ways that will appeal to the largest percentage of potential audiences. You can imagine, if you will, if there were an audience with the notion that turtles ruled the world, literal turtles, content creators would appear out of the woodwork and they would have grimoires of turtle magic to share with you. It sounds funny, but if it made people money and got them rewarded and increased their popularity and paid their bills, enabled them to go on vacations, multiplied their sex partners, with 100% certainty they would appear. And in short order, just like any other marketplace, and that's all that this has become, more content creators would come to that circle of an audience and appeal to them until the profit margin dropped low enough as the profit spread among the different content creators. Just like any other business, you can only open so many coffee shops in a town or a city because the profit dips as it's spread out among the coffee shops that are extant. Same with any business. Gone are the days, and we really have to appreciate this. And that's why, even though this metastasizing of this self-serving, fictitious environment online, even though it had been well underway for years prior to January 2025, I decided at that point for this community to benefit our brothers and sisters to say, from January 2025 on, mark that on your calendar, put it in your diary or your journal, write it on your garage wall. Nothing on the internet is real anymore. After this date, nothing is real. To complicate, and one of the reasons why I said we have to say, even though the process has been well underway, to further complicate the reality of what I just spelled out to you when it came to the self-serving nature, the monetization of content creation, of content personalities, even. To complicate the matter, you have the easily accessed artificial intelligence. and which can do and make real a great many things. No one is showing up. And the people out there that are still saying to themselves, well, there are audience members who want to show up and they just want the truth by God, and they'll abandon a creator. Hogwash. They want entertainment. They want their prejudices fed with proofs. It's over. The internet went from a place, social media, and again, vis-a-vis socio-political content, but it goes beyond that, of course. But the internet went from a place that was like the Wild West, where people literally turned on webcams in their office, where I still am from back in those days, with some poor lighting, and they shared their thoughts. And here we're talking about YouTube, of course, and then the hangers-on, the imitations that have come and gone, and of course those that remain. But long gone are those days. Long gone are the days that you can get on Facebook and find out that, well, in a little town 6 states over, the exact same thing is happening in their police department. Gone are all of those days. Because this entire space is populated by, they have cleaved away independent content creation. And here we're talking about content creation of consequence. They have cleaved it all away. And what's left behind are the group that I was just talking about, this self-serving nature and monetization of content creation and even personality creation. In favor of that, and worse. Because, of course, we're dealing with a human animal. And there are groupings of people who endeavor, desire, maybe even are willing to kill to control information, to control what a population thinks. There's news coming out about the Tate brothers, for example, hiring, and I don't know if it's true or not, they're a very litigious couple of anti-white dirtbags, but hiring hundreds of, I think it was Romanians, at some like $7 a day to push their content online, day in, day out, all day long, all night long, to popularize them, to make use of a phenomenon commonly called the bandwagon effect, social proof. Because in a complex world where we're living challenging lives, every single one of us, we seek for shortcuts to understand, shortcuts for who to heed. And when people see a group, a large group, a group celebrating a particular content creator, a particular ideology, etc., when we see that large group, one of those failings is exploited. And that is the bandwagon. This notion that if there are a lot of people there, it must be real. If there are a lot of people there, it must be true. The humanity is not ready. This community is, and we will continue to coach and train for us to be the most cynical sons of bitches to ever walk the face of the earth. But the rest of humanity, and certainly the white race is the worst of all, the most gullible, is not ready for social media's capture and what that means for what they have come to rely on instead of Ted Koppel, instead of CBS, instead of ABC. All of these people today, especially the younger generations, the most irritating of all, the little Zoomers zooming around on their psychotropic drugs and their total absence of testosterone in the males, for most of them, not all of them, of course. These people are wont to mock and ridicule older generations for being subjected to, and then as a consequence, acquiescing to the several hundred television channels, the several dozens of news channels, depending on the country, of course. Ridicule because you got your information from there, or the newspapers and they were captured as well, or the novels and the novellas and they were captured. Nothing is as complete as the internet. Virtual reality is the prison of humanity. It is the prison. Nothing that comes to you on your phone, on your desktop, on your laptop, on your tablet is real. Nothing. So, who are these groupings of people? Who knows? Who cares? Feds will be involved. They are involved. Criminal organizations will be involved. They are involved. Foreign governments and their intelligence services will be involved and are involved. None of this is without being controlled. None of it. Every content creator of consequence that is pushed and driven and popular is an asset. Every single one. And it can be to a lesser degree or a greater degree. But even if it's a lesser degree, the best case scenario is that they are giving you lies. They are giving you information to outrage you, to interest you, to arouse you, to sexually arouse you, irrespective of truth, irrespective of consequence for you and your life. They're doing it for their aggrandizement and their wealth. And they will tell you, like the charlatans of old, traveling with their mountebanks, anything you need to hear to monetize you in the seat of their audience. We don't get to see these entities at work. We can logically, if you have a super high IQ, you can logically and understand the human animal, play it out in your head and see exactly that it must happen because it can happen. If the human animal is confronted with its enrichment, with its comfort, it will exploit whatever it has to exploit. Not the majority of the population of the planet is not driven by goodness. They're driven by their comfort. They're driven by the need to be the center of attention. They're driven by their desire to exploit others. That's the human animal. That's the human condition. For the vast, vast majority. It's going to be a very rare kind of person that is going to be a good person and is going to get on the internet to share their ideas. And if they can't be popularized, if personally they're not popularized by way of their efforts, or if some entity or entities can come in behind them to popularize them, then they will forever remain in the backwoods of the internet. No one will ever know who they are. They will influence no one. So last year, we got a rare look as a consequence of a clerical oversight. Individuals in Russia, perhaps, I mean, the conclusion is automatically in connection with the Russian government, but individuals in Russia were caught financing right-wing, centralized social media in the United States because of a clerical oversight. They simply forgot to fill out the paperwork for FARA. What they're doing, financing and feeding information about what you'll be rewarded for reporting on and the positions you'll take, is legal. So they weren't breaking the law by doing that. They weren't breaking the law by funneling millions of dollars through Tenet Media, Lauren Chin and her husband, and the content creators that received that money for their creation of their content, which of course they're all going to say, oh, it had no effect. It had no effect. They just paid me for the shit of it. Well, this community is too cynical, too adult, too mature to know that that is obviously horseshit. It is obviously horseshit. So you don't have a case of individuals in Russia, probably connected with the government, deciding to do this, and oops, that case got caught. You have a proof of a logical conclusion that high IQ and understanding of the human animal can articulate must and therefore is, will and is happening. This is the law of the jungle. This is how it works with the human animal. This was evidence of a vast network of governments, NGOs, individuals, etc., moving in the background and manipulating content creators for the betterment of those in the shadows, always competing against each other. There is nothing that you can take away from the internet of any value from any of these big content creators. They're all controlled. They're all being paid. They're all being pushed artificially to drive the bandwagon phenomenon in the human animal. Lauren Southern was one of those characters being paid big time. People watched her from the very beginning when this awkward-looking mid-female turned on her webcam and decided she was going to share her views about the world, about Canada, about the West. She was perfectly explained by the first group that I was talking about. The selfish individualists who wanted to get in on the money, who wanted to get on the fame, who wanted to get in on the pats on the head. And while there was little money for these people to make in the beginning, the other drivers, human drivers, were at play, especially for females needing that social applause, the pats on the head. And she became, because of various things we talk about so often, no need to talk about now, but for various reasons, a mid-female decided to go into the right-wing sphere. She became a dilettante. She repeated what men had said 10 million times over, giving them zero credit, bringing attention to none of them, to elevate them for the work that they did. Because the most profitable, and eventually it would become monetary profit, place for a female to be, and it continues to be the case today, is to show up in the right wing and say, oh, I agree with all of these politics. I agree Here's some cleavage. Here are the hair extensions. Here are the newly whitened teeth. And then it's all eyeballs. So she became a bit of a darling. And financiers came in behind the scenes. And suddenly, this little YouTuber from nowhere and nothing was able to travel around the world, able to make documentaries. She seemed to get interviews with anyone and everyone. The studio, the place where she filmed, of course, became like a legit looking studio. Professional lights, professional cameras, professional software. All these things that if she were running all of this operation herself, it would be impossible. No time, no money, no expertise. Where's it all coming from? It's become so cookie cutter since those days that you can see absolute illiterate imbeciles like Jake Shields suddenly have a fabulous studio and flying people in across the country, maybe even people from out of the country, for in-person studio interviews. No building up of an audience, no years of proving himself, just one day, content creation, studio, professional cameras, professional software, professional editing, contact with every person that you could imagine who's also a content creator of consequence. And by here, we're talking about, when we say of consequence, we're talking about influence, popularity. That's it. Because there are other ways to create content of consequence, of course. So it's become so cookie cutter that they just pop out of the woodwork. Every other day, there's a new one. You have this little Brett that little Benny created, and everybody immediately loved this actress. This actress who looked like she was in her bedroom, but she was literally in a studio. And they don't care. They don't care. The trappings of the independent content creator, they won't matter for long. They'll drop off over time. They won't need to fake them in their bedroom or their living room. That's just left over. It's vestigial from wanting to make it look like it's authentic, like it's just a person deciding that they're suddenly going to enter the space and share their views, and everything that happens in that space is organic. Everybody you as an audience member come in contact with is not a robot. Turing test passing robot online. No, they're all real people. They all have real jobs just like you. What does this also mean as this is taking place? As Lauren Southern is coming through her character life arc, professional arc, it means that the actual influence that the internet could have, the social media again, on socio-political issues, that the influence that it could have wielded is diminishing rapidly. It affects less and less of the real world every single day. You have personalities online that are colossal, massive followership, seemingly tens of thousands showing up to watch. And in the real world, nobody knows who they are. They are more alien than hearing about some bizarre TV show that you're watching by way of a satellite, maybe from Turkish TV. And you're watching a sitcom from Turkish TV, and you're talking about some super popular character on that show. And everybody else at work says, what the hell are you talking about? So the influence that can be exerted is dispersed. as a consequence, whatever it is, however many people you think are there. So Lauren Southern, as you know, while she was 2024 working for Tenant Media, being paid massively by them, and she's about to tell you in her own words, we're going to watch some of this and then maybe some of it on Sunday, paid through the nose to create content by Russia, ultimately the content they want. She was pursued by the Chinese that she's willing to talk about. She was pursued by the CSIS, the FBI of Canada, who she secretly recorded in conversations that she had with them. Remember, in 24, she had set up a secret space for female content creators and female followers in the right wing to push back against the right-wing males. She was doing that. She had that secret group or semi-secret group because people found out about it. A semi-secret group for right-wing females while being pursued by Canada's FBI, while being paid by the Russians, and who knows what else. The reason why she's talking about this now, she'll give you her arguments. She's a female. She wants pats on the head. She has a child. She needs money. She probably has a job, but she's not going to reject more money coming in for a book that she wrote that nobody's buying. I understand. People are not terribly interested in it. And she's reluctant to do interviews about the book because the interviewers incorporate a bunch of information that they gather from other sources that might be fictitious and might make her look bad or worse. So she decided to make a video to talk a little bit about this world and specifically the Tenant Media, the Russians, CSIS up there in Canada, and everything that's happening there. Why? Because of a clerical error. Forgot to sign up or send that form in time. How many other entities has she come in contact with? How many other secret services? How many criminal organizations? How many socio-political organizations approached with big dollars, just do what we want, or approached with the threat of being arrested and incarcerated for much or most or all of your life? She'll have more to tell as time goes on and she decides she wants a little bit more attention. She'll go ahead and reveal a little bit more. Never forget that she is not an anomaly. I wouldn't bother to take a look at her video if it was anomalous. It is a concrete proof of the 100% control of the socio-political, social media, online space of content creators of consequence, defined as popularity and therefore influence. There is no one, zero, that doesn't have this shady, organized individuals, efforts, entities operating in, with, and through them.
Hey guys, it's been over a year since I last posted on YouTube, and A lot has happened since then. A lot. First of all, this is not a channel relaunch, so don't get too excited. Whatever my online career was a year ago, it's dead, buried, rest in peace, equal parts government intervention and my own choices, both good and bad. Where to even begin? I guess we'll start with where I'm at now, and then we will work our way back to the absolute chaos that prompted my current view on the world. I've spent the last year living mostly offline. You know, I have my lapses here and there, but not really posting that much, not scrolling as much, working a normal job. Thank the Lord I was even able to get one. That was a miracle. And just kind of reconnecting with reality, community, friends, family, and it has been surprisingly refreshing. There's a lot of things you forget about when you get caught up in online politics, whatever it is. And you know, it's not that I didn't get offers to go back into that world, the media game, when my job blew up late last year. We'll talk about that. I got a lot of big shiny gigs on camera and off, you know, put on silver platters for me. You can make documentaries again, Lauren. You can do planning in the background and still be involved in this space. But I very deliberately turned them all down. Why would I do that? I think there's very obvious spiritual and mental health reasons one would exit this space. But on a more sinister level, and one that I think is important to share, is that I was beginning to wonder if it was even possible to exist in the political media space anymore without being owned by governments, corporations, or cults, often all three at once, in my opinion. And if not those things, I find even creators that have managed to be totally independent these days really struggle with audience capture. Just that.
We'll see what she is saying right there, but maybe she's talking about the audience influencing the content creator, which, as I have articulated, shared with you all, that is the ultimate tool of control. You can control the audience. You never have to talk to the content creator. You don't have to find out where they go to the gym, like CSIS did here, calling the gym that Lauren Southern works at, showing up and calling all the numbers that she has and leaving endless messages and text messages and showing up at the door. You don't have to do that. If they show up in the audience, especially with bots that are Turing test passing, they can influence what the content creator creates by way of what they demand. And then, of course, as the content creator repeats the demands of the audience, the donations pour in. Those donations can be from Iran. There are a myriad number of ways that money can be moved from one place to another. Those donations could be, for example, to reward Jew-spurging content, and the money could ultimately be coming from Tel Aviv because of how that kind of content benefits anti-white Jews in this case.
Feedback loop of what do people want to hear me say rather than what.
Oh, there it is. Exactly. So she knows exactly what it is. Here you have, I've been talking about that for over 5 years here online, and that being the ultimate threat. And here she's revealing it. As deep into this cesspit of content creation as you can possibly be, Lauren Southern.
Is accurate and what are my actual opinions. I think it is undeniable that everything online is feeling increasingly less authentic, a whole lot crazier, and a whole lot less reflective of reality. I spent a decade, like my entire adult life, in the political sphere, and it is impossible for me not to notice the constant, blatant manipulation, opinions being formed by astroturfing and bots, everyone just pumping out content based on headlines they've barely skimmed. I seriously don't trust anything people send me anymore. I find that one Google search I do for an opposing source almost always debunks every fact I think I know. And the worst part is I know most people aren't doing this. Most people didn't spend their life in political media and grow extremely skeptical of the news. So they're just not going out of their way to Google, opposing sources. Instead.
Now, unless she's using the word Google to mean to search engine, to use multiple search engines, then of course she's just going to one search engine, which is completely anti-white and rewriting history every day. It's more anti-white. AI is already established to provide anti-white history. So yeah, most people aren't even bothering to go to a single search engine, much less numerous. But will any of that help? No, none of it will help, because all of it is compromised.
That people's algorithms have schismed most of us into utterly different realities that are all fine-tuned to give us the perfect ideological lap dance. Oh yeah, what do you want to hear, baby? You're right, you're so right about everything. Never question anything in your life. Those people, every single one of them is evil, but not you. You've got it all figured out. We've entered a kind of hyper-reality, a total break from truth that I don't even know how to engage with anymore. The internet that I started on when I was younger, on the old blogging forums where everyone that's joined is kind of this nerdy person that's really interested in the topic and no one's getting paid to talk about it. They're there because they really care and want to figure things out. And it was all posted on and moderated by real human beings. That's just gone. The Wild West got conquered, and not just by robots and algorithms, but by people in power. And they've somehow convinced everyone it's still free and open, and that all the interactions are totally real. Like, I don't know. I started doing like dissident politics in 2015. And I wasn't getting paid when I started. If anything, I was paying to be involved in it because it was just fascinating. I want to be here. I want to have these discussions. And the other people that joined that space were in the same position. And I don't think like media, large media platforms, Fox News, CNN, everything, they didn't know what to make of YouTube. They didn't know what to make. There was no concept of like a random person in their basement getting famous talking about politics. There were gatekeepers you had to go through, right? And I really thought it was going to be this like liberation device when the internet came about. Oh my goodness, the average person can get their opinion out there and we can have a voice and engage in the discussion. This is going to be amazing. But obviously, I think the people in power looked at that, and the people who like money, like eyeballs on their things, get money from getting eyeballs on their stuff, they learned. They learned and they grew, and slowly what was a free internet became more and more constrained, but they also...
You can tell here that she is a white person, or to whatever degree. If somebody wants to argue she has non-white heritage as well. But for a white person, we're projecting our selfish individualism into everyone and everything around us. And so her description of why this is happening is largely influenced by the notion of making money. And that's pales in comparison to ideological capture and restraint and imprisonment.
Learned that people want to think it's free. People want to think it's authentic and need to think it's that way. And I joined the dissident political sphere because I wanted to hold truth to power, question institutions, question the government, and anyone that amasses too much control in their hands. Meanwhile, I feel like a ton of the dissident sphere that I joined is watching power being amassed in places, but because it's in their favor, is not questioning it. They're under this impression that some massive victory has been made eternally for free speech and for truth. But as far as I can tell, we're not really watching a revolution of truth seekers. It kind of feels like we're watching the old machine rebrand itself. Every influencer with a paycheck calls themselves a truth seeker these days. Every Save the West account is seemingly run out of some cubicle farm in Pakistan, raking in tons of money. I mean, this Indian guy from Canada is out here running thousands of mega bot accounts, and people are still out here taking comment sections and likes seriously and thinking all of this stuff going on online is like, yeah, this is where it's at. We're really having a collective psychological shift. It would be hilarious if it were.
You're being chumped. You're being chumped. Not the people in this community, because you're going to be the most cynical white people that have ever lived. That's how we're going to survive and become a people and pass through the bottleneck. But everyone else out there, they are being so bitched. It's worse than being a hoe on a street corner with a pimp in a pink Cadillac. That's how hard they're being bitched.
So absolutely bleak. I think the truth is there's a lot of money in astroturfing certain opinions. There is a lot of money in pacifying people with endless content that distracts them from the real world. If you just donate to one more fundraiser, sign another petition, hit retweet or like one more time on this video, the West will be saved. And it's definitely not a rug pull crypto scam with a veneer of activism on it.
Really pay attention to the reality. I mean, she's sharing here, trying to walk as she has when she rebranded herself a little bit, came back. She's less on the right now when the money was drying up, when the influence was drying up, and she came back kind of more claiming she was a centrist. Ignore all of that kind of comments from her. What we're focusing here is on the revelation of the material that she can reveal because it's already out there by way of that clerical error and not signing up for FARA here in the United States.
On the front, guys. Yeah. I hope none of you invested in that Unite the Kingdom coin, you silly geese. But of course, you know, I'm just above it all.
Let me also mention that all of the Save the West that we're seeing so much of, she's pointing out is all garbage. It's all garbage. It's the schmucks and the cucks online. It is 100% garbage. The schmucks have been garbage since before the internet, for sure. Obviously, the cucks as well. But what we deal with so much is this: you've got to harm this non-white group or that non-white or all non-white groups for the benefit of white people. A message that has always undermined the well-being of the white race and the instantiation of a white people, a peoplehood for the white race. Even worse today, it's all fictitious. All the big numbers are fictitious. It would take Iran, and they would do it in a heartbeat, minutes to create 100,000 Fuentes followers. They know that they can't defeat Israel. They know that they can't wipe Israel off the map, but they could always vex Israel. They could always irritate them. They can always harass Jews wherever they can find them. So, a little tip to where we're headed with the conversation. Would Iran help white well-being? Of course not.
Aren't I right? I am so above it. I'm the only good one. Not at all. I have spent the last year reflecting on how I feel. I was unwittingly a cog in the machine of getting not even entirely unwittingly. I just feel I was a cog in the machine of getting everyone mentally trapped in this digital ideology farm. Not all from bad intentions, but just little compromises here and there along the way of, oh, I just need to, if I just kind of acquiesce to what everyone else is doing, I can still do good in my little way. But no, the whole trajectory of the political sphere is headed towards brain rot, in my opinion.
It's there. It's there. But she was fully cognizant. Don't believe for a second that she was kind of wittingly, kind of unwittingly. She was making bank, and she was getting the pats on the head. And you've all heard about all of her sex partners. And I mean, this is the human condition. Somebody who's showing up there wants that kind of popularity and all of the eyeballs on them is going to be that kind of person.
And I hope all of this isn't sounding insanely schizophrenic, because it's not. Mass voting, paid for influencers, federal agents and assets, all of that is real. And I just think it took governments and corporations time to figure out the best ways to capture the internet while making it appear organic. But they've done it. They've done it. Total victory. Well done. And God help you if you try to find exactly where any of the money or the marching orders are coming from. I mean, maybe you can find one or two, especially if you know these things firsthand. But like when we talk about the majority of the chessboard, who's real, who isn't, who's paid for, who's being blackmailed, beats me, because every single person is yelling grifter and fed at everyone else. And
I just want you all really to drink in the reality that I used the intelligence of the white man, understanding of the human animal, to tell you all a reality. And then here walks the proof of exactly what I said is happening behind the curtain. Here walks the proof out for you all to see. That's worth mentioning. That's worth mentioning. If you're the kind of person that cares, I mean, pretend if you're not. Pretend that you're the kind of person that likes to make money and who you're going to buy your stock picks from. The guy who gets it right 5-10 years in advance and sticks with the same conversation, the same trajectory of argumentation. I mean, I spoke about ghosts And then she materialized. But make no mistake, it's only because of the clerical error and the fact that she still needs food. She still has, if nothing else, something to say. So she can talk about what's already revealed. There's much more.
Is purposely put together so you don't find out what's going on. It is purposely put together so it all looks organic. And there is not one of us here who is above being propagandized to, which is why you probably even noticed if you were watching my videos last year and the year before, I put in these little things where I just kept reminding people, step outside your own front door. What you see with your own eyes and your real tangible relationships should reign supreme every time over what some rando on the internet tells you. And which is why I also made the decision to spend much less time on the internet myself, because this, when you stare into the abyss stares back into you. Internet creators are not immune from the propaganda affecting them and then affecting the things that they say. It can be fun sometimes, don't get me wrong. I had a blast doing YouTube stuff. I've had a blast on the internet. I grew up RuneScape, Gaia Online, League of Legends when it first came out. Like, I loved the online world and online communities, politics, early Twitter, on Tumblr. I was a part of political communities, and Capistan on Facebook, like all of this stuff. I loved it. But we took a wrong turn at effing Albuquerque after that ape died at that zoo in 2016 or something, and teetered off into a reality where slowly the vast majority of the previously authentic internet just became purely a manipulation tool. And I'm sick of it. And I'm sick of watching everyone fall for it, especially the people who call themselves truth seekers that shouldn't be. So
you can see there some of the motivation for her coming out and saying this as well, that she has to be out of the space because of, she's being honest. You can clearly see it's a legitimate motivation to want to get away from the threats, the intimidation, the elbow rubbing, the arm twisting by all of these shadowy people and networks behind the scenes. So obviously wants to be away from that, and yet sees people out there bamboozling sizable audiences and being aggrandized and rewarded in various ways. Naturally, that could drive a person to want to come out and say, hey, this is all a joke, folks. This is all Copperfield. This is all David Lane. This is all an illusion. You're being driven in directions that serve interests other than your own. And what's relevant here for us is the well-being of Western kind. No one is going to drive you toward the well-being of Western kind. Nothing you're going to find. The proof now is that the strategies you find on the internet are the evidence that those strategies are harmful for white well-being. Just as we saw for so many years, especially when it comes to the J-Spurgs. We found with that entire Nazi group, that very successful, very popular Nazi group up in Illinois, we found out who the financiers were, didn't we? Maybe I will just leave it unspoken, but they weren't white.
That's where I'm at right now. Let's go back to how I mentally got here, which, buckle up, because we're about to take a wild ride. Go grab yourself some tea. Things are about to go interesting places. Cue September 2024 when I disappear off YouTube.
A Canadian-owned social media channel that the U.S. Justice Department alleges is a key part of a Russian influence scheme is now off YouTube.
$10 million, in part through roaming millennial Tenet Media, to pay MAGA influencers like Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, and Canadian Lauren Southern to spread the Kremlin's pro-Trump, anti-Ukraine messages.
Should these allegations prove true, I, as well as other personalities and commentators, were deceived and are victims. I cannot speak for anyone else in the company as to what they do or what they are instructed. The Culture War podcast was licensed by Tenet Media. It existed well before any license agreement with Tenet. It will continue to exist after any such agreement expires. That being said, we still do not know what is true. These are only allegations. Putin is a scumbag. Russia sucks donkey balls. And the journalists who wish to jump the gun, create their own narrative, or lie about what's currently going on, you can eat my Irish ass.
I said don't do it. Did I not say don't do it? I said don't do it.
I want you to listen to how much money this Claudine Gay conservative content creator was being paid by the Russians. You think it's all on the up and up.
You did say don't do it. You did, but well, let's give people a little more detail there. It wasn't just don't do it.
I turned into just.
And note, you would never know that this was happening if it weren't for the clerical error. And note, you don't know about all of the other groups paying him, paying all of the other content creators, because there wasn't a clerical error. Because they're going about the payments in a different way that could never reveal a single source.
The nightmare. So you did the work, you got the money, reportedly $5 million, and the indictment that came down of not of Lauren Chen, she hasn't been indicted, but of the people who started this podcast network called Tenet Media, are allegedly a couple of Russians who work for RT, which used to be called Russia Today. It's state-run media in Russia. Those two have been indicted. And the interesting thing about those two being indicted is, as Andy McCarthy pointed out on his podcast, they're ghosts. They'll never be arrested. It's basically just a way for the DOJ to try to embarrass the conservative podcasters who got pulled into this, even though the indictment itself makes very clear that they had no idea they were working for the Russians, and that all of them maintained, except for one guy who says, maybe, according to the indictment, I haven't heard this person respond to it, but everybody says they had editorial independence, no strings were being pulled by the Russians, by Lauren Chen, or by anybody else. But basically, this is the DOJ's attempt to say, everyone's a Russian stooge.
They were giving this guy, did you say $5 million for the heck of it? He could take any angle he wanted. They just did it for fun. They like him.
Conservatives are Russian stooges. The Russians are interfering again. Don't trust conservatives. They're Russian stooges. Do I have it about right?
Well, you do have it about right. The funny thing to me is when the story broke, whatever it was, 10 days ago, and I read the indictment, I'm so used to reading dishonest things about me that when I was reading it, I was like, oh, this actually is all true. I knew Lauren for all these years. She told me I was working with this French businessman. I'm commentator number one in the indictment for people that want to read it. I'm the one that asked for more information. They sent me what I think now it says is a fake AI bio about this guy with a picture. Maybe you guys have it over there. It's
fancy. It looks fancy.
No, but even that didn't. I was like not satisfied with that. So I asked. Yeah, so that's what they sent me. And I said, well, I'd like to talk to the guy. That's what I said to Lauren. All my communications were with Lauren. And clearly the DOJ has all those communications because everything in the indictment was true. And then I got on a Zoom call. Lauren set me up on a Zoom call with a person that I was told was her French benefactor named Edward Gregorian. And now I don't know who I spoke to.
$5 million. You have any idea how much money is moving around behind the scenes for these people? No idea.
It was earlier that year, maybe around February, that I was just starting to have this moment of sentience, clarity about the political sphere, that everything was unspeakably weird to levels I couldn't just shove into deep, dark corners of my brain anymore. The obvious government op influencer trips I was getting offered, the cash.
Op influencer trips. They're happening all the time. Not to yours truly. Nope, not a one.
And subtle manipulation behind the scenes in 2020.
Cash and subtle manipulation behind the scenes.
I couldn't just shove into deep, dark corners of my brain anymore. The obvious government op influencer trips I was getting offered, the cash and subtle manipulation behind the scenes in 2023 and 2024 was just picking up to degrees I had never seen before in my life in that space. I was getting offers to go to Russia, Israel, Saudi Arabia, other places. Some of them.
All of these countries offering her. The sociopolitical organizations representing those countries and those interests approaching her, a content creator in the right wing online. And she said it had gotten by 23 so bad that she couldn't just shove it into the dark recesses of her mind. She's saying it's happening. It was happening, but I was dealing with it. Then it was getting to the point where I couldn't deal with it anymore. She's only really revealing as much as she is as a consequence of the little clerical error. You would still be, if you didn't listen to me, you would still be, and if you hadn't figured it out on your own, as blind as the rest of the internet imbibing population of head up their ass losers.
totally paid for, first class, you know, the whole shebang, wink, wink. You're going to say the things we want you to say. You might see some people on these trips right now. I was seeing influencers getting invented from scratch and astroturfed into oblivion on my feed. Very obvious botting, yet
ruining, not only creating content creators, but ruining others. So if they can put, if a single Indian guy in Canada can put tens of thousands of Turing test bots into somebody's audience to boost them, then what can the state of Israel do to somebody like me? What could the state of Iran do to boost somebody like Bubble Boy? How easy is it? How many of these Juicebergs that we see show up under comments about white well-being and attack us, how many of those are actual human beings? Number one. How many of those are human beings that are the people that they present themselves to be online? Number two, not just paid like all those Romanians. This is all fake.
Institutions around them were also supporting them. And, you know, watching elements of the influencer world that I know for a fact are linked to crime and are using their public facade to further it and cover up their tracks, watching them totally buy tons of my peers behind the scenes, just straight up, here's a check, you're going to work as propaganda for us now, you're going to say what we want you to say. And just watching the public fall for it in so many cases had me losing my mind.
Don't forget, I told you before there was any evidence.
I'm talking full Pepe Sylvia charts on my walls trying to figure out what's going on. And, you know, if you're wondering, Lauren, why weren't you talking about this? I am one person. I got into politics when I was 19 years old. I'm not a trust fund kid. I came from a working class family. I don't have a big corporation behind me. I've been independent for the most part. And, you know, I don't have the ability to take on giant government criminal corruption entities. And at some point, I was just kind of left spiraling about this all. Trying to figure out, what do I do? What can I do? Do I just accept this all? Do I just accept that the space is unbelievably weird and totally being controlled and there is nothing I can say or do about it publicly because it's just little old me? And even, you know, it's not like the alternative media on either side or mainstream media want to investigate this properly because everyone's kind of getting a bit of a paycheck, right? And
I mean, are you hearing what she's revealing? Are you really appreciating it? Everybody of consequence, and consequence defined here as influence as by way of their audience size, getting a check. Everybody's getting a check. Everybody's compromised. And they're not having to be manipulated into it. They're serving their selfish interests as the center of attention. Come back for more, folks. Come back for more. Hear me complain more about this group or that group or whatever, and send your dollars and pat me on the head and open your legs or your cheeks, whatever they want.
Everyone's got something to hide, including me. Everyone, right? Okay, so we're in the midst of like this mental breakdown. Like 2024, September comes around, and I'm driving to my office one fateful morning, and I just feel my phone start buzzing in my pocket. I'm like, man, what's going on? I look at it, swipe, front page of Apple News, my face there with Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Taylor Hansen, saying I'm a Russian asset. And the company I'm working for are allegedly a Kremlin op. To top this off, I go ahead and I read the articles after the shock kind of initially hits. And I find out my peers are making like millions of dollars while my dumbass is getting a normal wage after production cost. I'm making like $100K. And no.
She was getting paid over $100,000. Over $100,000 to make content by Tenant Media alone. That she's not telling you about anybody else that's pushing some money her way, or pushing gifts her way, or pushing trips her way, because they're there to be bought. As long as she can make the content align well enough with the desires of the Russian financiers, then she can get paid by somebody else and somebody else and somebody else as well. Now, she just got done telling you how cognizant she was of criminal organizations and governments and foreign governments and socio-political organizations and etc. manipulating the online space. And then she tells you she's so surprised to find out that Tenet Media was being funded by the Russians. Maybe she didn't know, but she would have suspected. She would have suspected it wasn't something good. She would have suspected that it's not some kind of known conservative, independent billionaire, because his name and face and everything would be out there, and he would say, I'm financing the whole thing for the good of X, Y, or Z. She would know the money, the massive money, over $100,000 for her, and she's like been out of shape over it because the Rubin was getting $5 million. So you have to ask, don't ask yourself a dumb question like, what obviously pro-Russian content did they produce? Obviously, there could be that on any particular issue. They could say, I mean, don't look for buy Russian toothpaste, for the love of God. What are the manifold interests of these Russian individuals? And if they are a part of the Russian state, what are the manifold interests there that can be served with this money? Some of those interests you might not even be aware of, but you end up being influenced in the direction of what these individuals and therefore potentially the Russian state would have you influenced in that direction. Is the Russian state ever going to want what's good for Canada? Is it ever going to want what's good for the United States? Of course not. No foreign government is ever going to push white well-being, because a united white race would make Canada, would make the United States, would make the UK, would make Germany powerhouses that would cause the world to tremble. That's the last thing they want. What do they want? The disempowerment of the United States, of Germany, of Canada. And what is the most corrosive tool? Anti-whiteism.
Nothing about a secret Kremlin money plot or talking points was involved in any contract I signed. Just one too many videos per week to make anything properly thoughtful, to be honest. I laughed. It's all I could do. I just laughed. And then I think maybe the second thing I did was I went and I got all my hard drives and I buried them in the woods. I walked out to the woods with a shovel and I buried my hard drives. I know that sounds really bad, but it genuinely wasn't because I had anything to hide. If you have followed me for years, you may have heard me talk about the times where I've been arrested, detained by governments in Australia. That was probably one of the most recent ones when I left during COVID. They detained me and told me I wouldn't be able to see my family. I wouldn't be able to go home unless I gave them all of my computers, all of my devices so they could download them. This is like an extreme violation of my privacy. And do they ever find anything? No, they never do. It's never, we've got the smoking gun on Lauren, she's going to jail. That's just, it's never happened. It's like memes and my private conversations with people. I didn't want them going through my life again. I believe I should be free to write cringy notes app posts.
Let me jump in there to point out that when governments are involved, or quasi-governmental agencies, or individuals that you don't know whether they are your government or a foreign government or a quasi-governmental agency or some sort of government-funded independent under the cover kind of organization, you don't know. And when they show up and they are able to say where you go, what you eat, when you eat, when they're able to tell you all of these private things about your life, and then the specter of being investigated and all of the material on your phone, on your hard drives, etc., all the things that you'd like to, you don't have to be a criminal to want privacy. So when that is a threat as well, think of the power that is wielded over you. She went and buried the hard drives because she was taken at unawares earlier in her career, and they went through everything, every embarrassing who knows? Who knows? She probably had some sickly sweet conversations with this guy or that guy, or maybe fetishes she shared, maybe pictures of herself, and they got it all. They got it all. Imagine how embarrassing. I mean, nothing can be trusted online.
About my failed romantic life like everybody else without feds going through it, okay? I feel I should be free to take a bad selfie without the government having a copy, at least in my humble opinion. I was sick of having my life violated, and that was like the first kind of panic. Oh my gosh, this is happening all over again. Anyways, as you can imagine, when you find yourself somehow at a point in your life where you're frantically burying hard drives in the woods, there is rarely an upward trajectory after this point. My job is gone. And that's like the last of my priorities or worries right now. My sanity is already wearing thin, and now my spiral about everything being weird in the space is just seemingly confirmed. Everything was weird. I didn't know any of the details, and honestly, I wasn't even trying to grapple with my speculations in that moment. Because I don't even trust anything I read in the news at this point. I've seen too much fake nonsense in that regard as well. Either way, I retained lawyers right away, not least of all because I was the only Tenet Media staff member in Canada, and we just simply do not have the same rights as Americans here. And then there was also another thing, another concern that would be way too convoluted to get into in this video. Just know that I was concerned the feds had something on me unrelated to Tenet, and I'm not trying to hide it. It's just that if I brought it up here without going on a 10 to 20 minute tangent after, it would sound way worse than it actually is. I get into it all in a book I'm going to talk about in a moment, but just know that that concern existed in my mind as well. Anyways, given what I had expressed to my lawyers, the worries I had, as well as the completely uncertain nature of this Tenet indictment and what every newspaper is saying, we go up to this like high-rise building in Vancouver, put all our phones in a box, and they spend 3 hours preparing me for what an arrest might look like, essentially. What it will look like, if what I should say, what I should not say, who I should be talking to, which is basically no one, how all of my friends, everyone I've worked with could be a rat, how, this is serious business, and I need to wake up and realize that there is like potentially like the police might be coming and putting me in handcuffs kind of situation. And I didn't even, that was kind of this situation in my head where it's like, no, surely that can't be it. Because in my heart of hearts, I don't feel I've done anything that warrants arrest or jail time or anything like that, right? But the stuff I'm seeing online, the stuff I'm hearing, and then the stuff my lawyers are telling me, it's sinking in that, oh my gosh, this is like real. Which, as you can imagine, after being told I may be getting arrested potentially, that was super helpful for my nervous system while I stared at the ceiling every night until 3 a.m. for like weeks between deleting thousands of kill yourself Russian whore comments on my Instagram page and YouTube, wondering what the local moms in my community would think if they saw me. I'm just trying to go about my day-to-day normal life making pancakes.
Now, she said thousands of comments that she's deleting. Obviously, the exaggeration, I'm sure, is warranted, of kill yourself, like Russian spy serving whore kind of comments. How many of those were from actual people? Probably some. But then you could have other entities behind the scenes who decide, oh, this is a way to scare her into now serving us. This is a way to scare her into. Do you see how impossible this is to ever trust any of it again? Completely impossible.
In the morning, drives to school, and I trying to gauge how effed I am. I guess CNN had reported that Lauren Southern was an alias for Lauren Chen when this all happened. I don't know where they got that. Anyways, a ton of people thought I was the company owner, so that was really cool. And that just kind of exacerbated a lot of the hate mail that I was getting and articles and posts and this and that. Once again, just everything is wrong now. Everything is wrong. Doesn't matter if they're CNN, doesn't matter if they're dissident media, random YouTube schizo posts. No information seems to be correct. And even if it is, it's largely missing enough context that it doesn't even matter anymore. We've entered just this absurdism where everything is happening so fast that unless you are making tons of mistakes in your reporting, you cannot keep up. While this is going on, every major newspaper outlet in America seems to get my phone number. I'm getting calls from the Associated Press, from the New York Times. I guess everyone's just handing my phone number out and constantly, nope, saying no, trying to act normal, deleting them all every day, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Sorry, I can't talk to you. Biggest news networks in America. I'm trying to do Lego with my kid and wait to see if I'm getting arrested. And eventually the other shoe does drop.
She's going to go into Canada's FBI showing up, calling her, showing up at her house, intimidating her, threatening her, saying that the others have probably shared information they can't share exactly what they shared with this Canadian FBI by way of the actual FBI here in the United States. And I just want to take an opportunity to point out the coruscating value of the Go Free dialogic, because none of what happens on the internet alters the effectiveness of the Go Free dialogic. It works here by seeding the concepts to real people that receive them online, and that then can take those comments into their lived experience, into their lives. You can see there isn't an additional 5 or 10,000 people in the live chat. It has never changed. The number of people who are real and who have the objective of ending our victimization has never changed. The number of decent people to glean who are showing up because this community uses the internet as a tool to promulgate the concepts rather than as a platform for a personality. We are using the internet as a tool. This is the only thing you can ever know now about the internet. The only thing that you can ever know when it comes to socio-political, racial matters is the usage of the internet as a tool to communicate something that improves your actual life, not manipulates your thinking for the online space, not to get you to write a check for a content creator that's been put on a rostrum for you to celebrate and laud. The only thing that can be real is what in reality alters your life for the better. If you come to this space and you receive concepts, as so many, I mean, we have hundreds and hundreds of testimonials of successes in people's lives with these concepts. If you come to a space and you receive training, you receive education for your life that is efficacious, you have found the one thing of value you're going to find on the internet. If you show up and there is doom documenting, doom dissecting, doom divining, if you are part of the economic engine for a content creator because there are many, many thousands of you and the content creator is paid for ads by way of your ass in the seat, there's nothing there for value for you. So Go Free is something you can take away from our conversations, from these live streams, to improve your lived experience. That's the litmus test. Do you understand me? That is the litmus test for whether or not what you take from the internet, what you see on the internet, is real or fake. That's why I say 99.9. I would follow it up with 10 more nines if I could, if it would fit in the title. Because the rest of it is this. What are you going to take away? You can't, increasingly, it's difficult to find even physical fitness advice that isn't being given and argued online just for the aggrandizement, the enrichment, and the profit of the content creator. Because the material that you receive, I see outright lies. I see things that will harm you if you go to the gym and do them. All the time now on the internet. In the past, before the internet, you could not go to a gym and get a trainer and have them provide you with content that's going to immediately injure you unless they're ignorant of their entire profession. But you can find that now in abundance on the internet, because the more outrageous, do you want to get six-pack abs in 5 days? This is where it's going to go. That will get the clicks. That will get the attention. That will drive the audience. And here we're not even talking about, since it's not sociopolitical matters, here we're not even talking about governments and foreign governments and NGOs and the rest getting involved behind the scenes to cut those $5 million paychecks or those $100,000+ paychecks. What's more, and this is the brightest of all my arguments that I have made all along when it comes to Go Free. This is it. This should be the clincher for you. Nothing else you should ever have to hear again about Go Free and what we teach here to confirm, and nothing else should be able to drive you away ever again. I began creating the Go Free Dialogic before there was an internet to carry all of this traffic, not even a fraction of the traffic. One of the things that Go Free had to do, and we'll liken it again to working out, and we'll get right back into her story of Canada's FBI putting on the pressure and indeed even using a pretty boy to set up a honeypot for Lauren Southern. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. One of the requirements for Go Free was that it had to be able to work in every environment, even environments that we could not foresee. How many of you have heard me say that? How many of you can go back to the earliest time that when you first heard of me and I told you about arguments that I had with organization leaders and members of different groups about how whatever our brothers and sisters take up and use in their lives has to be something that will work in every environment and in environments that we can't imagine. Why? Because I've shared here with you all so many times. We've talked about this social dynamism of society and how you can have these events that change everything. Political events, economic events, natural disaster events. This has to be able to function like muscles. This has to be able to practice that our brothers and sisters take up, have to be able to work just like muscles in their life. So if we build them up physically, if we teach them how to sprint like an Olympic sprinter, then whatever environment they find themselves in currently, they'll be able to apply the practice. They'll be able to use their physical fitness in that environment. Moreover, if we teach them how to sprint, we teach them how to do pull-ups, we get them doing squats and push-ups and etc., a practice of the body, mind, and spirit, they'll be able to win in environments we could never imagine could exist. You know what we never imagined could exist? This. This is the biggest revolution in the history of mankind. This makes the Gutenberg Press look like a joke. And yet the practice that you are provided here in Go Free, this which could have never been predicted by any of us, even in 1,000 years, could we have ever predicted there would be this ability to communicate at every second of every day and almost every point on planet Earth with anyone else on planet Earth. And then for that to come to a place with extreme ease, and then for that to come to a place where it is completely captured and Go Free still works. That's the kind of thing that legends are made out of. If that's not enough to seat you in this practice for all time, you're too fucking dumb. Your character is too awful. You are too much of a dirtbag. Because no one else could have given you something that could work with the greatest revolution in all of recorded human history. You are welcome.
A regular dinner, and I hear a knock at the door, and I don't think much of it. I've entered this space of, okay, surely nothing's going to happen. You're hyping this up in your brain, Lauren. Open the door, and there's the police with a man and a woman in like leather jackets, black outfits that bring out a badge that says CSIS on it, CSIS, which is our like FBI, CIA equivalent in Canada. And they brought the local police force to confirm that they weren't just people posing as agents, they were real agents. And I needed to talk to them. Hey, can we have a conversation with you, Lauren? I immediately go into panic mode, you know? I have a pretty tough constitution when it comes to this kind of stuff because I've had a lot of time in questioning rooms in my life in various different countries, getting detained at borders. I've usually found it largely entertaining. You know, what can you guys really do to me? I know I've done nothing wrong, but I've never had it happen in my own home or in Canada. So my stomach was definitely doing a few flips. And, you know, when I had that conversation with the lawyers in the high rise, they told me, do not speak to the feds. Don't do it. Just call us, you know, when they come, if that happens. So I'm immediately trying to call my lawyers and I cannot get a hold of them. And the feds come in and they're like, okay, we're just gonna sit down on the deck and you're saying you won't talk to us. Nope, I'm not saying anything to you. We'll talk to you. We'll talk at you because you're gonna wanna hear what we have to say. So I sit, I'm listening, trying to get a hold of my lawyers, and apparently they've been following me for a bit, even before the indictment. They knew a lot about my life. They literally were like, we know you've had bad experiences with feds before, but we're not like other feds. I'm not joking. We're not like other feds. They had favorite videos of mine they'd watched. They opined about my family dynamics, personal files, how good I was at hiding where I lived. Every meme I have ever sent over the last decade about imagine if the feds read this chat, haha, like just significantly became less funny, you know? If my schizo theories were starting to weigh heavy on me before about, you know, the space being weird, everything being controlled and watched and this and that, now all of my most schizophrenic thoughts are standing on my doorstep, flesh and blood. What one does with that, I don't know. I spent the next few months being incessantly harassed by one of these federal agents who was resolute that my life would be over if I didn't become an informant for them on not just the Tenet media stuff, but the political space in general, the dissident political world. And they told me, you know, that day after they met, I'm like, yeah, I'm not talking to you. And they're like, okay, you know, speak to your lawyers and you need to talk to us again. We'll be waiting at a cafe in your town, 10 a.m. We'll see you there.
How would you like to have that told you? If you imagine yourself, you're a content creator and your country's FBI shows up and says, well, we know everything about you. We'll tell you a bunch of the things. They tell you a bunch of the things about you. And then they're like, well, if you don't want to talk now, we'll be at this cafe at this time and we'll look for you to be there. Because if you don't work with us, things could get real bad. Now, they're not the only ones that could make things real bad. In fact, organized crime could make things a lot worse for you if they show up. You end up in a couple of pieces in a trash bag scattered across the countryside. But this reminds me of a documentary I watched, an FBI documentary, and they were investigating some criminal group tangentially related to a group of these Ku Kluxers idiots. And the FBI agent he was recounting how he was listening in on the wiretap that he had placed on the phone. This was in the early 1960s, I believe. And he was listening in, and one of the Kluxers said to the other Kluxer, we better get in person to talk about this because, you know, they're listening right now on the phone. This is the FBI guy relating this story about how he's listening. And the FBI guy telling the story then said, with no shame, can you believe how paranoid these people were?
I woke up the next morning and just thought, maybe if I don't go, they'll disappear. I don't know. I'm not going though. I'm not going to this cafe. I remember it like hitting 10 o'clock and my heart pounding, being like, I'm not walking through that door. I'm not walking through that door. Is everything gonna be fine? And then it was for like a few days. They don't like call you or leave notes. They try not to leave traces of themselves, right? so that I didn't hear anything. And then I start, I'm thinking maybe I'm getting back into my normal life routine here. And then I start getting all these calls on my phone from a random number. And it's not like a regular scam number, like it keeps calling over and over. Usually the scam callers will call like once or twice and then give up after you've hung up. And then when I definitely knew it wasn't just a random scammer was it started turning into Signal calls. Signal is like the encrypted app for chatting. And these calls are happening over and over and over again. And I spend a few days just reject, trying to figure out what the number is. I can't remember. Maybe I blocked one and there was another one that started. I don't know. I can't remember. I'd have to go look back. But a few days in, I tried to call it back from a different number, and there was no answer and like no name on the other end of the line or whatever. And then it starts turning into text messages that say, hey.
Every content creator going through this, what do you think they would do? When they're put under the pressure, especially so many of these content creators, absolute dirtbags, and they're put under the pressure and they say, look, everything could be fine for you if you just work with us. And what will work with them mean? Oh, they want the names. They want the identities of the people who are in audience at a minimum. So how comfortable do you feel now following the dirtbags online? How comfortable do you feel now? Look at her fear. And this is, she's able to talk about because of its relationship to tenant media and the Russians having a little clerical error.
Need to talk to me. Sorry, brief audio insert to get this right. We have this text exchange where I'm basically like, I don't know who the hell you are. And he responds by saying, we spoke on your patio a bit ago. I put together that it's the feds. We have a brief call where he says he needs to see me in person, has something very important to tell me. I tell him, no, talk to my lawyers. And then this happens. And, I'm still ignoring this until my gym call me and tell me there is someone that rang them looking for me named Jason. And they're like, do you have like an ex-boyfriend that's stalking you? Should we be worried? What's going on? And
Not this Jason.
They said they really need to talk to you. It just hits me like, if I keep ignoring what I think this text message and all these calls are, they're just going to start getting more involved in my life, in my day-to-day life. They're going to show up in places I don't want them to show up, where I don't want my community. I don't want normal people in my life knowing about this insanity going on. Not least of all because my lawyers are telling me don't tell anyone, disappear. Just basically disappear because one of the things they mentioned is that this might just be a total political show and they need a fall guy right now and you don't want to make yourself a target. So just lay low. And anyways, the conversation continues and I'm still in this position of I'm not saying anything. I'm not talking to you. Talk at me. They tell me, or he tells me, you're in a lot of trouble, Lauren. I'm trying to help you. This is now he's called and I finally picked up. What was expressed to me was that the rest of this department, I guess, like in CSIS, they've decided to throw me to the wolves, was the words he used on the phone. And out of the kindness of his heart, he's reaching out because he wants to do a little side quest to save me from the rest of the organization who have given up on me. Throw her to the wolves. It's over for her. Her life's going to be over. But if you talk to me, I told them I can still turn you. I can still get you to work for us, with us, whatever. So I'm doing.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Nothing is off the table for the shady skullduggery and legerdemain of power and influence, money, governments, NGOs.
You're a real favor here, Lauren, and you gotta, I'm coming out again and we're gonna have a chat. I'm like, I'm not talking to you. I don't even know what you want from me. All I know is legally I'm not supposed to talk to you right now and none of this feels good. None of this feels right. I don't know what's happening right now. Anyways, the main message that has been conveyed to me is I'm in big trouble if I don't work with them. I eventually conclude I simply don't know what their motives are. I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know if they're trying to entrap me. I don't know what's real anymore in the news or in this whole subterranean Fed level nonsense going on. So I figure the one thing I know in the political world is that if you don't have something recorded, everyone will lie through their teeth about what actually happened. I have seen the most shocking lies about me, the most shocking, blatant rewriting of history. And in a situation where I'm being threatened with jail, or who knows, spending the rest of my life as this little government asset rat, it's just too big of a situation to not protect my ass. So I take this and I clipped it to the inside of my bra under a shirt before they came back, or this guy came back. I was like nearly puking. So nervous that it would go off, because they're like, you know, let's see your phone, make sure you're not recording, shut it off kind of thing. We're gonna have a conversation. But it is a one-party consent in Canada. So my goodness, I hope I'm fine on that level. At this point, I feel like I've been through so much chaos with the police, feds, this, that. It's just like, what next? I don't even, if they want to send me to jail, it would have happened by now, I feel, so whatever. Anyways, Jason comes back to see me.
Again, not this Jason.
And we go on this long walk in the woods, conversation about...
Listen to this. Listen to this. This is the honeypotting. They send out, and now she doesn't say he's attractive, but listen to how he talks. And you can tell he's a young man, and he tells her how pretty she is. Her photo that she put up on one of these platforms, it looks like a dating photo because she's so pretty.
You know, there's a chance, don't you want to be around to see your son grow up? All right, a couple things before you listen to these recordings. One, I have a nervous laughter response, so just because I'm laughing does not mean I'm having a good time. I was, you know, in hysterics when I thought I was going to jail in Turkey. Two, why don't you just work for them, Lauren? My lawyers have told me, do not speak to the feds. They are not your friends. If anything, they're trying to catch you saying something stupid, even if you didn't do anything wrong, because they may just be putting on a show trial. This may be a political thing. They may just be wanting to find a fall guy because they've made a whole show of this publicly, and it could get you wrapped up in courts for years and years, having to prove this was just a stupid thing I said in an interview where this guy was pretending to be my friend. So this is not, it's nothing that you're listening to here is as simple as it seems. Three, there's hours of recordings. I've just cut up a bit here to show you, give you kind of a flavor of what was going on and what I was dealing with for months. All right, here you go.
And we're going to listen to it right now. Pay attention to how manipulative this agent is. This will be law enforcement everywhere, every Western country. I'm your friend. Don't you want to be around for your child? You really want to go to jail over this? You don't know what they said. And don't you want to get into a relationship with this guy? He thinks you're so pretty and he's attractive. Anything. They are all being subjected to that. I will never be subjected to it because we push white well-being. You don't even need me to push white well-being with the practice.
Before you start, I just want to ask you please, just turn off the phone.
Oh, yeah.
I'm really trying to here to help you and navigate you out of this. Because if you just sit here and don't do anything, I know that's the easiest thing for your lawyer to say, but your lawyer's not going to be the one sitting in detentions. Like that happened to you a bunch of times. I know you're actually you put up a very amazing front that things don't just disturb you, and it's quite actually incredible. Like when we came to your door, maybe you had 10 seconds of nervousness. You settled yourself down and you were calm and quiet and nice. It's actually, if in another life, you would have made a great intelligence officer.
I mean, this is crazy. The only reason I think she was inoculated enough to not immediately succumb to this. I mean, you know, she implies that she did indeed have a sexual relationship with Destiny. And of course, everybody's talking about that being the case that she did, is because I think she was inoculated enough by the years of experience of being a content creator and having agents from numerous countries approach her, and from NGOs, socio-political organizations, criminal syndicates, on and on, approach her. So you could still hear how scared she is, but she probably didn't succumb because of being a nerd to it, from experiencing it for years. And number two, the whole tenant thing being public as opposed to everything else, which remains private.
I know it comes out. It does stress you out, and it should, because your main, one of your primary jobs is you're also a mother, and besides your other job. As a mother, you want to be there, you want to protect your kid, you want to be there see them grow up. You also want to be there to be able to provide for them, because you're doing like a lot of multi roles. I don't want to see where a situation where that gets interfered for whatever.
Well, then don't let that happen.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
So this is a threat.
This is absolutely not a threat. This is like our second time coming.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't happen often. And once that legal ball gets rolling,
Pressure.
when warrants or charges are issued, there's nothing that can be done after that. And that's that. I know you're thinking, I can see you thinking when you're writing your notes and trying to get a hold of your lawyer, because I know it's very aggressive to show up at your door, but I think we can help you navigate through. And again, in my opinion, just doing nothing is not going to get you in a better spot. It's going to be putting you at a significant disadvantage. Nothing might happen, okay? Like nothing, if they're like, oh, we don't have a significant case against Southern, then nothing. But if they go, these guys are all saying negative things. Again, when you're in the courtroom, it's the perception, not what the truth is. And you're smart enough to know, I'm really trying to actually help you. My mom was a single mom. You're a single mom. And I understand what you're doing right now. You're kind of keeping low until that blows over. But I want to tell you, like, there's certain things in motion right now. This is not.
None of that has to be true. His mom was a single mom. She would have made a great CSIS officer, so FBI officer. All I could tell, you have such a strong constitution, and you're so attractive comes later. None of that's true. I'm coming here to make it right for you and to protect you because I'm concerned about you, and the baddies back at the office, they want to take you down. All lies. All lies. How do you think content creators are going to stand up to that? And now, how are they going to stand up to it when it's not CSIS, but it is some crime group? By the way, this is Agent Jason.
Like, this is not going away anytime soon. This, like, what is the benefit for you cooperating is pretty much self-preservation. Out of all the contributors and the founders, like, all of them have talked to the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
All of your conspirators have already given you over. So if you're the last one, then you're the one that's going to get burnt. Now, you're going to work with us now?
And the only person that's not is you, for like the optics of it. Using Southern did not cooperate. What I'm getting to, the point I'm getting to, is like how much can you trust your other commentator that they are not cannibalizing each other, especially when the heat's turned up on them and they're pointing things. Let me back up to from our last meeting. A lot of people, especially my colleagues, they're like, "All right, she doesn't want to cooperate," and like kind of beat her off to the wolves. Just let her. I don't think you fully understand the picture of the consequences of not working together. You've been on the ground. Do you trust these people? Do you trust him full?
They have nothing they can say. That's the thing.
Yeah, but what would they say? They can allude to a lot. And that's all really, in this kind of case, that's all you really kind of need.
They could lie about you, so you better join us.
So I got to ask, when you do the single mom story, how are you feeling, Lauren? Do you practice that like in a room with colleagues, or do they?
No, we're actually really normal people. Have moms and dads.
Multiple ones for multiple scenarios.
But I'm just saying, if certain things are in motion, they can't be soft. To make sure that you're not like part of the collateral damage, right? I didn't know anything about it. Like, I had to find out, research, and do more digging on it to like really understand like where you're coming. And this idea of peace, you want peace? I understand now. I'm here to help you.
Oh yeah, why'd you call my gym?
Oh, the gym was get a hold of you.
How'd you find my gym?
I cannot really.
You have to tell me.
No, I don't have to do it. I'll promise you this, okay? If at the conclusion of this, let's say we do work together, at the conclusion of this, I'll let you know. Never get attributed to you.
They're watching and filming everywhere, everything she does with the Fed tools, and they don't even, you could be a criminal crime syndicate and get access to all the tools to find out everything about a person. The only thing that's going to protect you is being an advocate for white well-being. That's it. We're going to keep hammering it home again and again and again. This is the space of just sharing commentary, covering news, interviewing other content creators, writers, and the like. This is what their space looks like, no matter how friendly they are. And it's always going to be the ones who seem like the friendliest, the most that you kind of person that you can identify with the most. It's always going to be those people who rise to the top as a consequence of so many other people feeling that way. And these are the conversations they're having in the background.
Your audience will never know that you provide this information. You'll be kept anonymous. All it would say is this information was provided. And all the side benefit stuff, that would never, ever be written as in we help smooth things over from prosecution or with the FBI, all that stuff. Never. Only assurance
No one will ever know.
we ever could provide you.
And they wouldn't have known either. They wouldn't have known. None of us would know this was a fact. You'd only know that Jason outlined ghosts and demons at work in the human psyche, the human animal, the inevitable consequence of human desire, that this would be at work. You'd only know it from me articulating it here, only for the fluke of failing to fill out that piece of paper and the dominoes that fell as a consequence. Are you hearing a sliver, a scintilla of what takes place in the private life of the biggest content creators in the socio-political sphere?
Well, then, so once again, we're back at the, okay, so no one knows that I did something that doesn't benefit me at all and may even harm me because I've got a government that's politicizing the situation.
I talk to people in different situations, and they ask me the same thing, like, if I betray my country, like other people from foreign countries, if I betray my country, what assurance is that I would have that Canada is going to vouch for me, or Canada is going to pay me X amount of dollars, Canada is going to accept me as a Canadian citizen? And I'm like, there's fucking trust. That's it.
Yeah, and how many people were swinging from bridges after being translators by the fucking Taliban after the Americans pulled out, or in Vietnam, left on those
You're absolutely right.
slaughtered.
Yeah. I'm not. When we work with people, it's never a perfect situation, but we can help people, and I have helped people. And again, this is like a opportunity for you to walk through that door, if should you want to. I know you're very cynical on the whole thing, and we could take it one step at a time and just start slow. And should the RCMP one day come knocking, again, that is already too late for you able to start a relation or start cooperating, because you're already considered to be.
Yeah, but if you don't impact the RCMP at all, then.
Oh no, we can. But when they get their ball rolling, we are not involved in any criminal prosecution. You understand? But should we vouch for Southern's? She's good. They'll be okay.
The conversation is just so vague, though. It's just like these weird, vague threats of there's big trouble around the corner, Lauren. This Tenet thing, it's not even just about Tenet. It's so much bigger, and you're going to get wrapped up in it all. And we're going to be the only ones that can protect you. And
Also point out something that she'll point out soon. I don't know if we'll be seeing it tonight. Might review the rest of it and hear that portion on Sunday when we get together, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But she points out how at some point she was banned from traveling to the United States until in her backroom connections, she finds somebody that is friends with somebody in the United States government, and they just take her off the list. These people are not organic. None of it is organic anymore. It is all fake.
it's now or never. Because if I leave and you don't agree to be this informant, it's over. This is your last chance. Like I said, the whole department, they've given up on you. I'm your last hope here. And it just would go between this I'm your friend, I'm here to help, and these just vague threats that were just messing with my head. I have this absurd night. We're on the beach. I remember I'm just chain smoking, moonlight splitting the ocean, waves.
She and Agent Jason meet up on the beach. Oh my God. The cops. Nothing is too slimy. Nothing is too low. Nothing is too... They'll do anything They'll do anything.
My Fed is asking me about my non-existent dating life. He's saying your Signal profile photo looks so pretty. Is it your Tinder profile or whatever? He's already, in the morning, he's already asked me to go out for dinner that night off the clock too. I say absolutely, this is just like a weird side thing going on as well. I say absolutely not, you know, fool me once, shame on you. But this guy is talking about feds need to eat too, trying to build up this rapport constantly. How are you emotionally feeling, Lauren? How are you dealing with this?
And of course, she's motivated here to not reveal whatever she may have shared on audience, other content creators, etc., other financiers, other movers and shakers behind the scene. She's motivated to not tell you that she shared anything like that. Maybe she didn't. Probably, I would put money down that she shared something in the hopes that if I share something, they'll leave me alone, because that's clearly what she wanted.
How's your personal life?
Is there a dating scene here?
No.
Yeah. Is that actually just like middle age and over?
It'd be very hard for me to date.
Well, yeah. I assume I see young people now, like 28. You know your profile for your Signal? Is that on your dating profile?
Like, I don't have a dating profile.
The one where you're like this on the tree?
In the tree? I don't have a dating profile.
Well, your profile
No, my friend
picture.
just took that photo of me a few weeks ago.
That looks like a dating profile
Oh gosh.
picture. And you got a lot of.
Maybe I should change that.
It's fine. I looked at it and I was like, is that like a dating profile
No.
picture?
I don't
It's a
date.
good picture. It's a good picture. You look happy.
Oh,
You look happy.
You look.
I always catch you and like. I always surprise you and like that. And you have like this nervous look on you. But you look happy in that. You look very happy.
You look so happy. You made him feel good.
thanks.
Completely aligned to manipulate female emotions.
It was a beautiful night. This is a very interesting life.
Yeah.
You can write a book on it.
You'd be my first buyer, I'm sure.
It's kind of crazy how much of your content and how much I know about you. Do you have like a glass of wine at night?
I'm not much of a drinker.
Not much of a drinker?
No.
Very different from your sister. Yeah, definitely.
What, was looking into my sister part of your job too?
Can you believe he dropped that? Well, your sister's an alkie. We've looked into her and she's drinking all the time. We're following her around too. How many content creators do you think are going to have the constitution to not cave? We can make all the troubles go away. Make your life easy.
Oh, I'm looking at
Every level I'm being just psychologically effed with. And just constantly this repetition. You're going to regret it, Lauren. You're going to regret it. This is your last chance to comply. But every time we spoke and met up, I kept being told it's my last chance.
also from your end. Did you get us out of your fucking hair and not like hanging out at your place all the time, or?
I thought this was the last time you were going to come by.
Well, not if we have to continue this investigation. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Not really.
If I don't, it's over for me. And I didn't. I kept saying no. I even was like, okay, so you guys are going to send me to jail. What happens? I work for you guys. You give me immunity to whatever this is. Oh no, we can't give you immunity, but we might be able to soften things up, Lauren. We might be able to make sure, if we can get your travel situation worked out. We can talk to the FBI and make sure they're not going to do anything to you anymore. If there are like these big charges that come through towards you, we can, if you're working with us, just know it's going to be a better situation for you, right? Every time we meet up, I'm just being told like, this is my last chance. It's over for me. But I kept.
That's an interesting comment that she made right there. Did they open up, instead of her story that she had a friend, that maybe the friend was this agent who got her back into the United States?
Seemingly getting last chances every time I said no to them. They kept coming back, kept calling, just trying to build up this like relationship rapport. And once again, I don't even know what they want. I don't even know what the threat is. Am I going to jail? What did I do wrong? There is this thing at the back of my head about this other concern I had, and I don't know if they know about it. I don't know if this is the threat, but eventually it wasn't until later that I found out that that was fine and I didn't actually do anything wrong. But that's also at the back of my head that, oh my gosh, they may seriously have something on me. Either way, in retrospect, all of this going on, some of you are probably already thinking that Lauren a lot of the things they're saying to you are just psychological manipulation tactics to get you to cave and comply. It all felt very real when I was in it, though. Like, I get that. Looking back, it makes sense. You know, a lot of the things they said to me obviously weren't true. It's a year later, and they were saying I'd never be able to travel to America again. That wasn't true. They're telling me, you know, there's going to be this big, like, essentially actual arrest, like the handcuffs kind of arrest that might happen, the charges, everything. None of this came to fruition, right? But when you're in it, it's like very real. You know, I'm not talking to anyone else. My lawyers have told me not to talk to people about this. My friends and family, no, not all of them. I had some really good people in my life, but there are good friends of mine that have started distancing themselves, coworkers and peers, because of all the chaos going on in the media. And on top of this, I got this Fed telling me that my peers and friends are talking to them, that I was the only one holding out of the Tenet crew. And do you know how that makes you look, Lauren?
Some of the other stuff that your former colleagues are saying, like, it can be completely horseshit at the end of the day. But we need something to, like...
Yeah, but you say that as if I'm worried about anything that they're saying. I'm not.
You don't have to.
As if I need to. I'm really not.
Another note from the editor's desk. Do you see what's going on there? He's told me before, it doesn't matter what truth is, Lauren. It matters what perception is. It doesn't matter what the other commentators are saying. It doesn't matter if it's horse shit. What matters is who's talking first. So we need something from you. We need you to say something for us so we can go after them instead of making you the fall guy. And of course, I'm saying, I don't care. I'm not worried. I'm not about to show a federal agent that I'm panicking a bit inside, which I am, because I don't know if they're just about to make up a fake case against me. Back to me in the studio.
I'm in this like prisoner's dilemma here. Are they just making this up? Am I going to be the last one to work for the feds, and then I'm going to be the one thrown under the bus and end up being the example publicly of, look, here's the Russian spy or agent or whatever? I don't even know what the political point is here. As far as I'm concerned, after all this happened, like nothing really came of it. And I just didn't know what to believe. I just believed that I was in a lot of trouble. And you know, when you're like that deep in fear and paranoia in that place mentally, you stop knowing what's real. Every message you get, every silence, all of it kind of feels like it could be a threat or a setup or something. My mind was just like this constant static chaos. And at some point, everything outside me, as long as I was focusing on that, I was going to lose my mind. I was going to truly lose it and not be able to function. And so I just went the only place that was left to go, and that was inward. I did the only thing I could do. It's like I prayed. When I tell you I prayed. Like, God, I know we haven't talked in a while, but I need some help here. I do not know what to do. And I wrote. Like, I did something intangible reality as well that could help me at least process what was going on. I wrote on paper, and I hadn't really sat down and wrote, not for work, not for a video, just for myself and to process things going on in years. I didn't really sat and been still in years, to be honest, but things were just such an absolute mess on every level. It was the only thing I could do. And I knew it wasn't going to fix my life or anything, but at least while I was in the midst of a literal psyop, I could take stock of what was still mine, my own thoughts, my own memories, my reality. And I figured I'd go to the cafe every day and just start from the very beginning, piece together what had actually happened over the last decade of my life. How does one end up in a position where the federal government are trying to turn you into an asset? Let's start from square one and work our way back, untangle this web. And not just like my personal decisions, but what do these people want to know from me? What information do I have that I'm not thinking about on a day-to-day basis that they're trying to extract from me? My life in the political world in general. How did I get involved in all of this? Where had I been complicit in some shady or dodgy stuff going on behind the scenes? Where had I been manipulated? What parts of my past had I mentally rewritten to make my job and my daily life easier? Which is something we all do, by the way. There's a ton of different words for it. Memory reconsolidation, just the idea of reconstructing things mentally for a self-serving bias. We all naturally try to build a coherent story about who we are to make our lives smooth and livable. In theory, it's supposed to do that anyways. It doesn't always do that. I think it often does the opposite. It's not exactly lying, but it's just unconsciously editing past events in gentler ways, storytelling to sustain psychological stability. And for most people, it's just not convenient to go and deconstruct their entire narrative identity, because sometimes it means you need to start from scratch. The operating system you've had for 30 years needs to be wiped out, and you got to rebuild your sense of reality. That's why they say people usually don't change after 30. They don't want to have to rebuild. But in a lot of cases, it can be a good thing, especially when your mental model is taking you to the places it has taken me when you're in the position I was in. I really did need to remember who I was before my brain got cooked by the political world and the internet and governments and my own bad choices in some cases. And well, it really sucked to do. Like, damn, being honest with yourself and your own failures, your own stupidity, your own selfish decisions, the actual life story you have where you're not always the hero, that can really suck, but it's worth it, I think, anyways. In fact, I gotta say, sitting and spending every day writing, it was just like the only thing I could do for psychological relief. And it was this practice of being honest with myself. That was the only way I got clear-headed enough to finally tell the feds to shove it, never to speak to me again. They tried blowing up my phone and messaging me tons, but they eventually left me alone. They're like vampires. It was also the election. There was a bit of a dual thing going on where I was just kind of, a lot of events going on in the world that snapped me to consciousness where I'm like, oh, you know, I think I'm going to be okay. I think I'm going to be okay. And that's not to say I think that, you know, America is going to be okay or the world's going to be okay. It was just the eye of Sauron seemed to be shifting in different directions after the election. But make no mistake, it's still the eye of Sauron. Back to the feds. I say they're like vampires. I say, you know, they're blowing up my phone. I'm constantly saying no to them after they've been stalking me for a month and threatening me. And I'm not saying that everyone who works in government, that everyone who works as like a federal agent in the Western world or non-Western world is a bad person. I'm not saying that they sometimes aren't doing good work. I think there are police that are genuinely trying to stop crime. I think there are government officials that are genuinely trying to make the world a better place. And I'm sure there are CSIS agents that are genuinely concerned about the safety, both psychologically and physically, of Canadians in a crazy world where all these ops are going on. And you know what? If they had not come in, obviously vaguely threatening me in every conversation, refusing to give me any clear idea of why they were there, what they allegedly had on me, what was going on, I might have been happy to help them. I love the West. I am grateful that I was born here, even Canada. I don't want us to lose in an information war. I don't want foreign nations controlling the media space covertly, which...
How many content creators in Canada are told, you're patriotic, right? Right wing. This is good for the country. You should get on board. How many in the United States? You're patriotic, right? We can make your audience swell. You want to get on board with us. You want to work with us. How about when you actually have something that you have done wrong? Like you called for people to attack the Capitol on Patriots Day. You stood as a leader of a group on the side of a statue and you ordered them all to attack the police, to attack the Capitol, to take the Capitol. And then all of that goes away. Of course, I'm talking about Bubble Boy. This is obviously the kind of pressure they brought with genuine charges that could have sent him into prison. And you know what they would have said? They probably would have sent a pretty guy to talk with him as well, I'm guessing. You know what they would have said? You know the kind of things that happen to a little guy like you in prison? You know the kind of beatings and rapings happen to a little guy like you? We can make all that go away. You just got to sign on the dotted line. Nothing here in the popular content creator organization sphere online is real. All of it is being pushed by interests behind the scenes, people willing, able to, and ready murder you, to take out family members, to reward you with hundreds of thousands of dollars in pay on a regular basis, millions of dollars of pay on a regular basis, the carrot and the stick they bring, the psychological abuse in the background, the incessant calling, showing up at odd hours, reaching out to places that you go to work out or you go to the grocery store, telling you about other family members and where they are and what they're doing. And it's interesting, you know, they take their kids, you know, your siblings take their kids to this daycare and your other sibling takes your kids to that daycare. And the content creator says, why does that matter? How do you know that? No reason. No reason at all. It's all fake. One community has provided you with a practice that works for the well-being of Western kind in the midst of all this, in the midst of all of these powerful entities and individuals wielding the dark arts behind the scenes, controlling and manipulating, and the evidence is everywhere for you to see. One practice, one community provided you with the tools that could work in unforeseeable environments, unforeseeable contexts, even a shift in the communication of mankind, the likes of which the world has never known. And maybe there'll never be anything like it again. And you were provided that prior to that taking place. And it still works. It's the only thing you can know that's real, folks. What you can take away from what you get here and apply in your life with your own thinking, with your families, at work, friends, and family, and works there for your betterment, for your improvement. That's all that's real. I'll be back at 5 p.m. on Sunday for the Go Free Gathering, and we will likely revisit some or the rest of what she has to say here. We'll see how interesting the rest is and how much we can take away from it. Never forget, these content creators with the biggest audiences, it's called the bandwagon effect. They're there in that audience to attract you. They're not here because white well-being doesn't serve any of those nefarious demons that have crawled out of their layers to turn the internet into their plaything. Love y'all. Roll out. All right. Let's hear what she has to say. What ended up happening here? Well, you remember, and I will just summarize. You'll want to watch Friday's gathering, roll-in gathering, that you'll remember years back, I began talking about how the online space was changing from one that was organic, peer-to-peer communication. I mean, when the internet got robust enough to carry quite a bit of traffic, it became a liberating vehicle. People were able to talk with each other all around the world from one town to the next where they couldn't, people they didn't know. And we discovered what some of us who were intensely focusing on these things, we all discovered what those individuals already knew, which is that anti-whiteism was the world over in every Western country, that it was the exact same. We got to see how the anti-whites quarantined news stories that contradicted the anti-white narrative. And they tried to keep it just to the town where it happened, rather than writing it in the sky with us when it was a story that they could either is legitimately, but in most cases illegitimately fictionalized news to arrive at anti-white outcomes and comport with the anti-white narrative. And they write it in the sky, all not just in the country, but in Western countries the world over. We got to see all that. It was a matter of time before it was compromised. The biggest revolution in human history to date, the internet and the peer-to-peer communication. Well, the liberating aspect of it is gone, and it's been gone for years. And I told you all that just mark it in your brain, mark it in your memory. January 2025, everything on the internet is fake. And on Wednesday, I shared that you can begin with a content creator's desire, just totally legitimately independent in their own heads, their own wills, their own desires to have, to make money, to get aggrandizement, pats on the head, especially when it comes from females, financial, these remuneration for making content, that once all of that became a thing, that people would begin lying to you, and they would, your average content creator would become literally no better than the worst of the tabloid magazines. When you look back in time at the big newspaper houses, and you can see as it unfolded and became increasingly bizarre stories just to get readership, to be able to charge more for advertising, it always comes back to this. Same thing holds true for content creation. So even though you can look at yours truly and you're like, Jason's been in the same office and the same lighting and the same camera and the same mic, and it's all still organic. And there hasn't sprung up around him some sort of network that can get people to come on his show for interviews, even flying them in to sit right in the office with me and get Jason on other content creators shows and fly Jason out to these places. None of that has happened, but you've seen that take place with all of the other content creators of consequence. And by consequence, I mean, in this case, having a large audience and therefore being able to influence. Well, of course, it was all, and over the years, I've talked about how these individuals compromise themselves, compromise their integrity. They always will, because that's going to be more valuable to them than being principled in the final analysis. So the worst rise to the top, because somebody who comes online and who is telling you the story as best as he or she can uncover it and research it and as lucid as can possibly be, they're not going to get the views. And somebody coming online giving you the most fantastical, entertaining stories and accusations and hypotheses and conspiracies. So those kind of people are going to rise to the top. That's the way it's going to be. The worst of humanity, the people with the least principles, the people who are the most selfish and individualistic. Those are going to be the people that rise to the top. So even if there were no human groupings that and individuals as well who have their own interests and who decide to get involved in controlling the entertainers on the internet, even if those people didn't exist, you would still have, by January 2025, nothing but hogwash on the internet. Nothing but lies, nothing but misdirection, nothing but entertainment that is parading itself, masquerading itself as some sort of truth, as some sort. So forget about it. Any content creator with a big audience and therefore influential is fraudulent. There is nothing real. You have to mark it in your head. We have to be the most cynical people to ever live, those in service to white well-being. It's all fake. But not only that, it doesn't matter. You're wasting your time on these things that they talk about to entertain you. You're wasting your time. It's all fake. But it's worse than that. Of course it is. Because there are scores and scores of different types of groupings and individuals who come into the scene, behind the scenes. And I said, because of my scorching high IQ and understanding the human animal, I spoke to you about all of the ghosts, all of the wraiths that were behind the scenes manipulating things. Why? How could I know it was an absolute certainty? Because I understand the human animal, because I understand human drive, because reason, logic, and evidence, because of my IQ, because I can compute it. It was inevitable that governments were going to get involved, that criminal syndicates were going to get involved, that individual financiers were going to get involved, all pushing their interests. Foreign governments are going to get involved. NGOs are going to get involved. Socio-political organizations are going to get involved. And they're going to come in behind the scenes. And in most cases, in almost all of the cases, it's legal for them to do this. Now, all of these people, they have agents. I've even pointed out to you when they have slipped and they have used the lingo that you see used in Hollywood, that you see used in entertainment. So now you have these networks of agents operating all. Of course, they're not talking about them. That's why nobody's talking about Lauren Southern right now and what she revealed, because it's true. They don't want you looking at them and saying, well, then you're probably also one of the people who are controlled. They don't want you to say, so they're just mum's the word on that for now. Mum is the word on that, because they're all being interfered with. Nobody is going to reveal anything about what's going on behind the scenes, about how they've been using bots accounts for over a decade to build up audience to create the bandwagon effect, because most people in their lives don't have enough time to evaluate a message, to determine its accuracy. They just evaluate how large and enthusiastic an audience is. And then they say, it must be right. It must be true. It must be good. It must serve what I would like it to serve. And so therefore, I'm going to be a part of it. This was back over a decade ago when the bots were showing up and ballooning audiences of people who folks behind the scenes wanted to have massive influence to serve their interests. Do you got it? Now we have AI-driven bots. Bots that pass the Turing test. Bots that you can have a conversation with, maybe even get romantic with, that are AI-driven. And in some cases, it's individuals, as Lauren Southern points out in this individual, an individual Indian in Canada, Indian in Canada, from India, driving thousands and thousands of bots himself. What do you think NGOs would be able to do? What do you think governments would be able to do? Open your freaking eyes. And of course, you're going to find out that the Tate brothers, as mentioned by Lauren and others, hiring people, not bots, probably because they're probably using bots now. But initially, what was it? Romanians paying them some paltry sum, which is a lot of money, like $7 an hour, to be online promoting their garbage, promoting their filth, their anti-white filth. And what do you end up having? The bandwagon effect, social proof. Everybody's got to talk to, everybody's got to find out what the Tate brothers are saying because of all of these accounts who are lauding them and pushing them and praising them, and their thoughts must be important. You can have content creators on X that can say the lamest thing, a single sentence, even the words "I'm bored," and because of the popularity driven by bots and the bandwagon effect of real human beings, there'll be like 2 million views on a "I'm bored." It is obscene. It is abject, total control of the socio-political commentariat on social media from platform to platform to platform to platform. You're not going to get a single bit of truth, nothing healthy from any of these people. Now, what is Lauren talking about? Now, I'm saying none of these people are going to reveal any of it. What would be the motivation? What would be the motivation? The people behind it, first of all, they're serving their own self-interest. Maybe they've got a family. Maybe they've got children. Maybe they want more sex partners. Maybe they want a new car. Maybe they want to take more vacations. So their self-interest alone is motivation, is impetus to lie to you. Got it? Be cynical. Be realistic. But on top of that, you have these influences in the background that show up. These influencers that show up in the background seeking to advance their own interests. And they carry both a stick and some candy. They've got it both for you. They've got the threat of ruining you, ruining family members. If it's feds or someone purporting to be or pretending to be feds or associated, they got the threat of imprisonment. And on the other side, they got lots of money. On the other side, they've got lots of bots that can show up to make you very popular and get you lots of pats on your head. How many of these new white girls showing up who suddenly are inundated with anti-Jew spurgery? How many of the anti-Jew spurgs are bots right out of Tel Aviv? And then these attractive or semi-attractive or mid-white girls are suddenly doing Roman salutes instead of advocating white well-being. They're ruining their lives to the degree an attractive female can ruin their life. They don't have the same cost that men have. They can flip around and say, oh, you know what? I grew out of that. I don't mean it anymore. And besides, take a look at my jugs. So they don't have the same repercussion that the young guys do. But how often do we see these new people come into the sphere? We identify them. We move on them with the lexical dialectical power of go free for the betterment of Western kind. And all of a sudden, they're being lauded by 50,000 J-Spurgs right out of Tel Aviv, right out of Iran, right out of the CIA, right out of the ADL, wherever they're coming from. Suddenly, there's swarms of these people saying, we will celebrate you doing the thing that ruins your life. So there's zero motivation for any content creator to reveal any of this. All of the motivation is to keep it silent until death. All of the motivation is to zip their mouth shut. The carrot and the stick, ladies and gentlemen. But what happened with Lauren Southern? Well, in 2024, Tenant Media and their financiers from Russia, people connected with RT. So therefore, maybe the Russian government, who knows, who cares? They forgot to do a little piece of paperwork. And as a consequence, they were revealed. It was FARA, Foreign Agent Registration, completely legal for these Russians to come in and give millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to conservative content creators to get the results that serve their interests. And the content creators are not bound to only take money from, in this case, Russia. They could take money to serve the interests of the Russians through Tenet Media, but they could also take money maybe even from another group of Russians, or maybe Chinese, or maybe Israelis, or maybe the United States government, as long as it wasn't at conflict with what they had to say for the Russians from RT and Tenet Media. So you see, it's perfectly legal for this to happen. Tenet Media just forgot to do a piece of paperwork. If they had done that paperwork, if they had just registered like they had to register, no one would know to this day that what's his name was being paid $5 million for his content, that Lauren Southern was being paid over $100,000. And by the way, we don't even know if this was for a year. We don't even know. She was getting paid over $100,000 for the content she produced for Tenet Media, and therefore the Russians from RT who were paying these salaries. It could have been for 6 months. It could have been for a specific amount of content, 100,000+. Do you think they would tell you? This is the kind of remuneration. This is the kind of financial reward going on in the background for these folks. 100,000. So she talks about all of this. It became revealed because of this clerical error in 2024. And then CSIS, Canada's FBI, decided to show up at her house. And then she was subjected to a honeypot, some attractive male agent showing up saying he's just there to help her, to make sure she doesn't go to prison. And she recorded these conversations. What do you think is going to happen with most people showing up? This is an extraordinary situation, a unique situation with Lauren Southern, because she came in 2015, 2016, and she was a mid-white female who realized that she could make tons of money and sex partners and pats on the head by going right-wing. And that's what she did. Who knows what her actual convictions were? Maybe didn't have any. Probably didn't have any. The conviction was to reward herself. And then she bounced around. And in some cases, bed to bed, it sounds like to me. Maybe she reveals as much. Maybe she doesn't. But she bounced around, and she was approached by Chinese agents, the CIA for China. And she's been approached by all of these different groups. Now, she doesn't have a lot of motivation to reveal them, not yet, but she can reveal Tenet Media because it's been revealed. She can reveal CSIS showing up, the FBI in Canada, because it was part of Tenet Media, and she wanted out at that point. Meanwhile, I want you to reflect on all of the people and all of the groupings and the secret gatherings that she was supposedly having while being paid by this group and that group in conversations with the FBI of Canada. Groupings, private chats for right-wing women who wanted to push back against the male criticism in the right wing. Don't forget all of that taking place while in these conversations. So she decided to record these conversations. They found out several different types of phone numbers to contact her on. They told her about the drinking habits of her sister. They called her at her gymnasium. They texted endlessly. Psychological warfare, psychological abuse. They told her, implied endlessly, that her friends or other colleagues or whatever, they are already working with the feds. And you are the only one that's not doing it. And I don't want to see you go to prison. You have a child, and I don't want to see you. How many content creators? They're given the option, shit tons of money, work with the Fed. How about little bubble boy who on Patriots Day told a mass of guys to attack the Capitol, to disregard the police, to run over the police, to attack the Capitol? I wonder what kind of conversations he had with the feds. I wonder if when they showed up with Lauren Southern and the pretty boy honeypot Fed that showed up was saying everything like complimenting how smart she is. And, you know, in another life, you could have been an epic agent for the state. And is this picture on this profile of yours, is that also a picture that you use for dating apps? Because you are beautiful. And also saying, I'm so sad by how nervous and scared you always appear. And when I see these pictures of you where you're happy, that warms my heart. I feel so good. I mean, all of that geared to manipulate her, taking her out, meeting her out on a beach in the middle of the night with a full moon and its rays splitting the ocean right down the center, as romantic as it can be for a conversation with the Fed that's just trying to help you stay out of jail. What do you think is going to happen for somebody like Bubble Boy? What kind of things do you think the FBI or secret whoever in the United States, whatever secret police spoke with him? What kind of things do you think they said? Hey, let me tell you what, all the names forevermore working with us of everybody who are real and the financiers and followers and etc. Or you'll go to federal prison. You'll get maybe 20 years like Oath Keepers leader did. And you know what they do to little guys like you in prison? You will be everybody's bitch. They'll all sit down in the showers and they'll pass you from one lap to the next. Do you want that, little bubble boy? I wonder what he would say in response to that. Here are the laws you broke. None of these people are real. None of them. They're going to take the money. They're going to take the aggrandizement. They're going to take the sex partners. They're going to give you whatever the interests behind the scenes want you to hear, and whatever at the same time will enrich and popularize themselves. And by the way, unlike you'll see here, you never hear, it's never going to happen because we are organic. We are real. Nobody on planet Earth is going to be paying for the white race's coming together, redemption, escaping the manacles of anti-whiteism. Nobody's going to pay for that. There's not going to be any foreign state that's going to be motivated to send in 10,000 AI passing or AI bots, Turing test passing bots, so that others will be motivated by the bandwagon effect to show up. It's never going to happen. But what about with somebody like Bubble Boy? You can run down the line of content creators. Iran most certainly would support any Jew spurgery online just to vex Jews because they're so incompetent, backward, and their heads all up camels' asses in Iran. Of course, not every single one of them. Some of them are wonderful people. And all they can do is harass. And that's all. They would fund that. They would put bots out there. They would bring money into whatever it takes just to be a little vexatious, just to be a fruit fly buzzing around the ass of a Jewish person. Who else might fund it? The Jew spurgery. Israel, the ADL, AIPAC, infinite number of pro-Jewish organizations, because you spurg out on Jews and you're the villain in their story. You ruin everybody who could have gone to white well-being and made the white race a people again that could actually contend with the power held by anti-white Jews or any other groupings of people. Who might else pay for that? On and on and on. And so with that preamble, we begin again with what's left of this piece.
Is that everything is fake now? Not like everything, but the vast majority of it. Journalists simply don't make money anymore from telling the truth. left or right, they get paid to make clickbait. They get paid to make things that people want to read, true or not. And they definitely don't get paid to truly understand or communicate things. There's like a very small group that still exists that are doing that. And I can say this is even true of my time at Tenet, where I had full control of everything. I had the full ability, Lauren, you can make whatever videos you want, total freedom of speech. But my contract just had me doing so much content that none of it could be truly deep or.
Yeah, she was being paid 100 plus. Now she's motivated, right? It's a self-interest of hers to tell her audience here, oh, I was allowed to say whatever I wanted. They paid me $100,000+, maybe for 50 videos, they paid me all that money, and they just said, no, we don't want anything in return, Cupcake. Sure. But we have to look at the world through the lens of Go Free with intense cynicism based in a complete understanding of the human animal.
Meaningful, and this was.
That's how I'm able to predict this with 100% accuracy 5-6 years ago. And the only reason we're hearing about this is because Tenet Media made a little clerical error. It's replete.
The compromise I made, I was like, okay, I have free speech, all the company backing me. Everyone else in this sphere is doing like daily videos. Lauren, you got to catch up. Yeah, you got to, if you can't beat them, join them. And I found myself staying up till like 5 a.m. trying to fact check stories that still I couldn't get right because there was just I would have killed myself trying to make my reporting accurate and meaningful and still get like 3 videos out a week. That's just too much content. And so
what she's saying there, she's motivated, self-interest here, that the problem for her was she wanted to be really thorough and accurate. Of course, that would be what she would claim. Probably what was actually happening was the Russians, by way of Tenet Media, were saying, we need more content from you hitting on these points. And she's thinking, I don't know about these. I don't know if this is truthful. I don't know if, and so that's how she ended up having a problem at Tenet Media. But by the way, she didn't quit. She not turned down that 100,000 plus 6 figures, 6 freaking figures.
it just becomes like slop of, another video on the woke mind virus that you've heard repeated 7,000 different ways. And silly me, case in point, I recently broke my rule and I said yes to a long form written interview about the book. Only because like the person.
Okay, now of course she wrote a book about everything I just told you. You don't need to read it. Don't waste your money. She's obviously selling the book, trying to sell the book, and make it look like she's not interested in selling the book. Cynicism, folks. Open your eyes. Stop being children. The white race can't be dumb white boobies anymore.
That they read the book and they were really, they wanted to do it justice. Then I go and I read this article and I'm learning new lore about myself. I discover that I was stalked by Gavin McInnes for months, apparently. This is simply not true. He didn't even, I don't even think he came up in the interview questions she asked me. And quite frankly, out of the many stalkers that I have had in my life, I wish it were Gavin, because instead he'd be funny, at least, And then just so many little details that were just wrong. And I asked him, like, okay, wait, how did you get this? Where did you get this from? She responds an email, and she's like, oh, well, I referenced another article I found. Another fake clickbait, nonsense reporting, trying to exaggerate or misrepresent things to get attention. And it just becomes this massive game of Chinese telephone, even when people are spending a long time on articles. Like, I think this person spent like a month writing it or something. And then, it's not partisan. I saw Liz Wheeler, I didn't talk to her about my book, but she read a headline about my book from someone else and decided to do a story on it and accidentally spent her whole video agreeing with everything I'd written in the book, but delivering her video and titling it as an aggressive debunking of me because she was under the impression my book said the opposite of what she thought it said.
Now, was Liz Wheeler under the impression? Did she just get it wrong? Or did the people paying her $500,000 for so many videos, did the people paying her the big money say, this is the angle that we would like to see from you?
Because she didn't read it. And I have nothing against Liz.
Do you see, how funny is this? Lauren Southern revealing that you have all this machination going on by interest groups and interested individual parties behind the scenes. And then she concludes that Liz Wheeler just didn't read the book and got it wrong. Psh,
seems like a nice lady. It's not even her fault. She's just following what is industry standard right now, and that is clickbait purgatory. She didn't read the source material because nobody does anymore. Reading source material means A, putting in effort, and B, potentially being exposed to information that doesn't fit nicely into your clickbait echo chamber. And neither of those things are socially or financially profitable.
Now, what she is talking about here and what was worth watching this little bit of the video is the reality that even if there weren't all of these interests, which there are behind the scenes, Liz Wheeler would be in a position based on the tabloid style of content creation and proliferation, would be positioned to have to just move forward with the most sensational take, or she would lose the audience. The audience would move somewhere else. And therefore, if your ass isn't in the seat, she's not going to get paid as much for the adverts. That's what the internet has become. Nothing believable. That's why what we have taught you here, which is the main message and what holds true across the internet, what we have shared with you here, the Go Free dialogic, can demonstrate how true and it is and how it continues to work irrespective of the context and changing context that we're in. If it works for you in your real life, then it's legitimate. If it doesn't work in your real life, then it's illegitimate. That's the prescription you have to bring to all of what you would imbibe. And I would recommend not imbibing any of this garbage anymore. Any of it. It's meant to hold your eyeballs because you are the dollars for the content creator.
Or fun. This was a very consistent review I got of my book from those who actually read it, was that, well, they thought it was a very good read. It wasn't necessarily a comfortable one, which, fair enough, it wasn't exactly a comfortable write either, but it is honest. And, you know, the New York Times also did a piece on a few of the chapological purposes.
Move forward.
This is the New York Times did political that, and I think they were right. Off of like 4 or 5 of the masses, and worldview break, right, took their turn. Problems within bitch, borders, politics.
It sounded like she said bitch. Bitch, she said bitch. But here's the really, as we get ready for the final part here, here's the really, and which ties into our story about the Nazis recruiting boys, male pornographer, male on male, male on female, and all of that going on. Wow. Ties into the last part of this video. But the thing that is coruscating is that, as I just told you, and this holds true for everything that you could take away from the internet, when it comes to a socio-political subject matter or vehicle, ideology, etc., if it works in your real life, then it's real. If it's all online, it's all an illusion. It's all fake. It's all Barnum and Bailey. It's a waste of your time. It's worse. It's poisoning you. You can take the exact same, what I'm saying here for Go Free, and you can go over to all of these fitness influencers now who are also sharing garbage that will get you hurt if you take it into the real world. Why would they share this titillating tips on how to get 6-pack abs in 4 days? Because that will get your eyeballs and that will make them rich. That will get them pats on the head. That will get them sex partners. That's why. You have got to be careful. But here's the thing I told you about Go Free, that you're really going to walk away knowing that you're in the right place. I told you that the only thing we could do, and this was the philosophy going all the way back in the earliest printings of Go Free, when it was a leaflet, and that was that it had to be a practice that worked in every contemporary context, but would also continue to work as the contexts change, because society is dynamic. Nature is dynamic. It's all going to be changing all the time. So the practice had to work in every single environment, irrespective of the change in the environment. Here's the thing. This should be the end for any questioning. The greatest shift in human history has been the creation of the internet and the ability for peer-to-peer communication as a consequence. Go Free was created, much of it, before the internet, before the greatest shift in mankind's history. And it still works. If you need anything else, you are a dumb son of a bitch. If you need any other proof, you are a dumb son of a bitch, and we don't want you in this community. You were given a practice that was told will work in every environment, every contemporary environment, and in shifting environments, which is required for our people to become a people and recapture our destiny. And the greatest change in mankind's history takes place, and the practice still works. Go Free is like lifting weights, is like learning how to sprint. You are going to be able to use those muscles and those skills in every environment you go into forevermore. You're welcome.
And to become bisexual or something, I guess. I don't know what they want from me. I guess they want me to lie to them. There is no such thing as someone pivoting their entire political position overnight, especially before they publish a book. That's ridiculous. Meanwhile, a good chunk of my old right-wing peers were busy seething that I'd said the quiet part out loud, that it's all fake, and power corrupts every ideology, including theirs.
So she's talking about right-wing content creators are all pissed. They're also not talking about, because of what she just said there, that all of their content creation is all fake, that power corrupts everywhere.
Sphere, they also like taking money to write nonsense, post nonsense. You know, much like the devil can cite scripture, the right wing can make fake news too. But you know who didn't hate it? You know who didn't hate it? Bless you people, those who actually read it. I know you're a few, but meaningful and thoughtful, and I appreciate it. And you know what? All the influencers who called me behind the scenes and said, for what it's worth, Lauren, we know everything in your book is true. We'd lose our jobs, our funding, important contacts, etc. if we said so. I got a lot of those calls, and I'm not even mad. I'm not, maybe a little. I did, see.
Don't be one of these people that turn to me in low IQ and say, but how could you know? Just because you can't compute it in your head doesn't mean that no one else can. So get out of that misunderstanding. I correctly computed it again years back and told you all.
The little, I'm like, ugh. It sucks when people can say things privately but can't publicly, but I also get it because I've been there too. I've been in their shoes. One thing, I worried about when I published this book is it kind of feels like it's this indictment of all influencers and all influencer culture, and it's not. I actually love these people. I don't hate influencers or people in the political media space, even the ones that have taken money to say horrible things about me or this and that. I don't even hate them. I hate the place they're stuck in. I hate the system. Here's the paradox. Dissident media was meant to challenge power, yet the internet turned it into this trap because once you're labeled canceled, you can't go back. One Google search and you're done. A lot of these people can never get a normal job again, which ironically made dissident media one of the easiest spaces for governments, corporations, and bad actors to capture. And quite frankly, I think people that are got to take some responsibility here are those who tried to gerrymander, who could be involved in public discourse a decade ago, who tried to create this eternal record of bigoted, bad people online and dubbed them unemployable in any sphere except making controversial content, most of whom were just young nerds who got caught up in exploring politics in 2015 and made a few edgy jokes. When the internet makes you unemployable and your own government makes you untouchable, what choice are people left with if they want to eat but to take money from dodgy sources, dodgy people?
Should let silence go for about 10 minutes after that statement. And I want to point out again, for those who might be struggling to get it, this is a unique situation that caused a former, very well-known, popular content creator to come forward and share a portion, only the portion revealed by the clerical error. You have no idea. The door to the reality of this is opened by this a millimeter, and you can't even shift your position looking through that crack. You can only see straight ahead.
People. And I'm not saying it's right. It's not right. It's just reality. When you effectively create a social credit system based on people's edgy politics they had in college, you might as well create a recruitment center for threats to national security. And, I'm not, this might sound like it's all about the tennis stuff. It's not. Like, there is money being thrown in from all over the place towards influencers. And people are just like, I'm not going to look that hard into it because I've got to eat, That's kind of, and the massive demonetization of political content, I get it. I'm not saying it's right, but this is like the natural result of.
Something else to observe, and we've observed in the white sympathetic sphere for years, is when you have organization leaders, and again, before the internet was robust enough to carry all of the conversation, where the organization leader didn't go to jail, but his followers would. Pay attention to that, because whenever you have that phenomenon, the guy in charge is working for the feds. Don't be a dumbass. If everybody else goes to jail, but the guy in charge, open your eyes. It doesn't matter how sincere he seems.
The pressures that have been put on the space. And we're about to repeat this cycle the other way around, by the way. Obviously, politics has just been a nonstop chain of acting out against your own morality because the other guy broke the rules first, going all the way back to when the first caveman hit another caveman with a rock. I love everyone saying, it's our turn. It's our turn to mass cancel and kind of destroy the other side. Everyone has infinite motivation to sell out, to not tell the truth, to have no mercy or understanding for anyone else, to not stick to their moral principles. Just everyone, and they all have very stories that you can sympathize with for the reasons for doing so.
Azimuth Clark says, sounds like Nick Fuentes. It sure does.
And to put the cherry on top, everything is utterly godless. The performative Christianity, even more so than anything else, which means even more bad actors taking control of the whole political sphere. And it doesn't cost much either.
JB's asking what percentage of the consequential, in other words, very large audience and therefore influential sociopolitical content creators are captured. 100%. 100%. Is it possible that one could come along on a Monday and not be captured for Monday? Sure. But on Tuesday, he's captured. The reality of the human animal, of human society, of human desires, which are limitless, but the resources limited. The reality of it.
It doesn't take much money to buy an influencer, even when they're not canceled. And all of it is made to look authentic to the average person consuming political content. That's the purpose. And it's not just foreign governments or domestic, but criminals doing this as well, buying your psyche by purchasing the opinion of media figures and botting your feeds, and therefore
embodying their feeds. She's telling you as clear as it could possibly be from a person who was participating in it. Every type of infernal character behind the scenes shows up with money. And it's like I pointed out, we see this all the time. It's so obvious. You take a barely literate tard like Jake Shields, and suddenly this guy has a beautiful studio and perfect camera equipment and microphoning, and they're flying guests in from across the country. Give me a break.
Making themselves valuable in the eyes of politicians, therefore making themselves have more sway behind the scenes to influence their cases, their travel. Because this is all of this stuff, if the way that the system works, whether you're banned from countries or not, my ban to America, I wasn't allowed to go for 2 years, was lifted the second I had a friend in the administration that I could call up to get it lifted. These things aren't.
Now, this is where on Friday I pointed out that she revealed that the FBI CSIS in Canada agent that had been sent to honeypot her said, I can get the ban lifted for you if to come to America. My guess is that it wasn't a friend in the administration in the United States. It was her saying, okay, let's see you get me that ban lifted. If you could do something for me, prove it.
based as much on the law or seeming rules that you would think they are. They're based on whose friends are in power and whose aren't, right? So there is a lot of benefit to manipulating the psyche to get yourself power, especially if you're doing criminal things, which our government across the Western world just seem fully unequipped to deal with as digital crime is on the rise, and we just live in this increasingly low trust society day by day where everything is becoming a scam, everything is becoming manipulation behind the scenes.
Talking about criminal enterprises and endeavors, Tate brothers, at least that's what others report. They're very litigious.
I discuss this in my book as well, including getting into some of the more serious criminal underbelly of the political world. I might as well just say it because some of you have probably already seen this online anyway, but I do talk about the Tate brothers and their whole very obvious criminal operation. If you're brain dead enough to hear a guy tell you, I am a pimp and I moved to Romania to get away with crime easier, and you can't figure out what's going on there, not to mention all of the other information available, just that, I don't know what to tell you. I truly don't know what to tell you. But either way, I published all those chapters for free because I didn't want any weirdos accusing me of writing them for money, though they did anyway, hey ho. Those Substacks are below in the description. I don't really want to talk about all that in this video. I already wrote about it. You can read it there. If you followed me over the years, you know I don't just say shit. Like maybe when I was younger and I was really going off about the marriage, like cultural stuff that I didn't know, but when it comes to like a story that I understand and have looked into, I tend to have a bit of a Cassandra syndrome, where I'm right too early, then vindicated years later, like the mass grave scandal stuff in Canada. And I don't expect this to be any different. I mean, after I published my book, the Tates had their dorky lawyer, McBride, do a little performative dance saying, they're going to sue me for everything I'm worth.
Let's talk about the Tates, shall we? And one of their close confidants who has traveled into Australia and decided to become a member of the neo-Nazi outfit, National Neo-Nazi National Socialist Network or something like this. Influencer Tate Insider is helping Australian Nazis recruit teenagers. Some of them saying, and this guy, by the way, this insider, and we'll be reading that in just a moment, was a porno actor who, and I don't know if it was in this article or a different one, has appeared in many videos having sex with guys, with girls, with who knows what else. Doesn't seem to matter to him, apparently, according to these articles. And some of the young guys who have come away from the National Socialist Network or whatever it is, Nazi Social, we'll read it. Some of them have come away and said it's this highly sexualized environment. Did you ever think that anything based in hating on other groups, anything based in complaining endlessly was going to be populated and peopled by moral, noble, high-minded, high-standing people? Did you ever think that that was going to be the case? You've never met these people. Obviously not. And so that is the kind of network developing in Australia. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now. Let's connect this a little bit more to Lauren Southern. All of those guys, especially those three in Australia that are pushing endlessly the neo-Nazi stuff, working for the feds in Australia. Do you think they're not? Are you that gullible? Are you that much of a dumb, dipshitting bitch? They're showing up saying, you're going to jail forever. We can make things up. That's what CSIS was telling Lauren Southern. None of the charges against you need to be real. None of them need to have actually happened. It's just what can be perceived by any judge or any jury. Go to jail for life. So imagine, let's just even say, let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. They're true believers in Hitlerism. They're true believers. The feds show up and the feds say, hey, you can continue to advocate your Hitlerism that you're a true believer in, and you can stay out of prison for the rest of your life. So that kind of sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? We just need X, Y, and Z. We just need the names and the contact information and the etc. I wonder if they could rationalize the importance of being a Hitlerite by turning over your fucking name and address and phone number. You think you matter to them? They don't give a shit about you. If they gave a shit about you, they wouldn't be giving you instructions on how to advocate that are going to land you in ruinous places in your life. So of course they'll turn you over for the greater cause of Hitlerism. Give me a break. How gullible do you need to be? Well, that's why, according to these articles, they're preying on weak-minded young white men. People maybe who are autistic. I think one of them are even talking about building an army of autists. The right kind of guy. Maybe even that can get pressed into a little bit of gay sex at the latest Nazi rally. Andrew Tate Insider is helping Australian Nazis recruit teens, utilizing the same tools that the Tate brothers used to magnify their own popularity. People you would not have any knowledge of if it weren't for the botting and the bandwagon effect created thereby. Nazis, of course, this is always used, Nazi, neo-Nazi, used as an anti-white slur, are in recruitment overdrive, targeting the young and the rich. One of Andrew Tate's right-handed men is helping them draw boys in. Now, why would they where do we see, let's put it this way, where do we see a targeting of rich young people? Charlatans pushing anything. You can get on the internet right now and you can find hundreds, thousands of bizarre claims and spiels and arguments to rope people in, really of any economic level, but to rope them in with some sort of lure about maybe something socio-political, maybe personal enrichment, maybe whatever. And it is all geared to ensnaring them mentally so that they can get something from you. In some of these cases, if you're lucky, it's just your life savings that they'll talk you out of. And that's why rich young people are targeted so often by such charlatans who exploited white young men, whether rich or middle class or poor, but surely they were more after the rich ones, who exploited them better than the Tate brothers, who literally ridiculed young white guys, signing their house over to an e-whore working for Tate. Man. A close friend of misogynist anti-white slur influencer Andrew Tate, anti-white Andrew Tate, is part of an aggressive recruitment. And you notice who so often, who are in the circles with Andrew Tate? Well, Bubble Boy, talked about all the time. I mean, just go down the line. Just go down the line of these networks and the interconnectedness. Influencer of Andrew Tate is part of an aggressive recruitment drive, same exact tools they used to make the Tate brothers big, to drive rich and isolated teenagers into the ranks of Australia's neo-Nazi groups. An investigation or group in this masthead has found that a key member of the National Socialist Network, NSN, is one of, I swear to God, over 30 years, every single Nazi this, Nazi that has been controlled op every single time. Every time. Is one of the Tate's close associates. And that Nazi organization is using Tate-style propaganda videos to target vulnerable young men. This masthead has obtained leaked communications, observed secret neo-Nazi meetings, and interviewed former members and families of those in the NSN to gain new insight into its recruitment playbook as neo-Nazi numbers climb in Australia. Now, of course, this anti-white rag here, it's in their interest to claim that there's a much bigger threat of neo-Nazis in Australia than there actually is, because that's part of the anti-white narrative. We have to look through all of this through the lens of Go Free. Forever, I've had to suffer the abject, vegetableized tards telling me, we're growing, the neo-Nazi movement is this close and we're about to take over. Just read in the anti-white press. They'll tell you, shut up. Just go over to the ADL or SPLC. They'll tell you how we are this close to taking over. My God, that's what you need to do, your speed. Kill your speed. Those close to the group and experts who track neo-Nazis in Australia say that the NSN is increasingly targeting young men with access to money and influence as it seeks to boost its numbers and resources in the face of recent police crackdowns. Several young men from rich families have been brought into the fold recently, as have ex-soldiers. But the revelation that a key member of Tate's inner circle has now joined the neo-Nazi group marks a dangerous escalation. Quote, there's still this idea that they're all uneducated robber stompers, says a political violence researcher, some anti-white pig, deacon. Oh, he's the deacon at the university. Richards is his name. Historically, neo-Nazis have recruited from disadvantage, but the NSN has a different model. They're deliberately cultivating elites. So it means financial elites, and certainly not intellectual elites. And now they're using, of course, misogyny very explicitly as a recruiting tool. Wait till you hear what Joel Davis says needs to be done with all the white girls out there. Just wait. Porn stars, private jets, and neo-Nazis. Among the NSN recruits recently unmasked by this masthead is porn actor turned sex coach Sterling Cooper, who has been spotted at neo-Nazi training camps alongside teens, teenage boys, and posing with the group's neo-Nazi flag. But I wonder what's going on. Wonder why he would want to get close to teenage boys. But the Australian, whose real name is Nigel Clifford, is also part of Tate's inner circle, a close friend and staunch defender of both Tate brothers. Cooper has regularly been pictured with the pair on private jets, smoking cigars and partying in exotic locales. You know, these people, they buy, obviously, Tate has tons of money whoring out white females to mostly non-white males, but exploiting millions of young white men and getting rich off of, obviously he has tons of money. But you do know in so many of these cases, they buy Hollywood printed dollars that look 100% real. You've got to get up on it like with a magnifying glass to find out that it's fake. So they have stacks of money around and it's all fake money. But the gullible, the mentally challenged, etc. in our race, they don't know. They don't know that the Learjet is rented for 30 minutes. They don't know that the sports car, the super sports car, is rented for 30 minutes. They don't know the wad of cash is TV money. Neo-Nazi leaderships are now Neo-Nazi leaderships are now telling followers to buy Cooper's sexual domination courses. They're called sexual domination courses. This is supposed to be for the good of the white race, ostensibly. I mean, that's what people like Joel Davis and in those circles, that's what they'll tell you. Oh, this is good for the white race. Now, buy the sexual domination course from the porno actor. And the purpose of buying the sexual domination course is, quote, to learn how to make white women submit, close quote. Cooper was one of the generals in suits and sport cars who helped promote Tate's exclusive War Room, where for thousands and thousands of dollars, Tate's top acolytes would learn the British American influencer's secret to getting rich. I mean, how dumb is the white race? How many scams, how many charlatans come along over the course of our lives, and then they roll into the white sympathetic sphere, and everybody's like, yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. It just perfectly jives with advocating for our people. Oh, you can pay $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 to learn the secrets of how to whore out white women to non-white males so that you too can get rich for the white race. You too can learn how to turn a white woman into a domestic slave. Oh, yeah, that's coming up. Joel Davis. You too can learn that for the benefit of the white race. Unbelievable. Part of Tate's secret, the police allege, was luring women into sex work online in order to bankroll men in the war room. And Andrew and Tristan Tates now face charges across multiple countries of rape, sex trafficking, and forming a criminal gang to enslave women. You have all of these charges across multiple countries, and you have all of these other big content creators like Nick Fuentes who come to the defense of these guys. How the does he know if they're guilty or not? How would he know? Well, his handlers made sure he knew. His handlers made sure he knew that he was going to take the right position. Open your eyes. The Tates deny any wrongdoing, and Cooper and other men in the war room have not yet been charged. Footage, photographs, and insider accounts place Cooper at, remember, it's the sex domination course guy to enslave white women from the porno movies where he had sex with men and women. I mean, just the kind of guy you want as a leader, right? When you're saying, we need a leader for the West. Meanwhile, you share like these photographs of these beautiful white men and with great moral probity and great lives, not without flaw, but certainly not of this ilk. You share all of that. You share the images of castles. You share the images of the nobility of the West. And then you endorse that? Give me a fucking break. Footage, photographs, and insider accounts place Cooper at key neo-Nazi meetings in Australia in recent months, including in Western Australia, alongside NSN leader Thomas Sewell and white supremacist, of course, white supremacist, Blair Cottrell, and at the group's national conference in Victoria. So there you have it. You know, folks can, of all backgrounds, we recognize here, they can go wrong. You could be an alcoholic. You could have all kinds of things. Missteps that you take in life, especially as a consequence of anti-whiteism, what it's done to your life, opportunities closed to you, opportunities that are not the best decisions. And you can fall into those and then realize, wait a second, this is not who I want to be. This is not where I want to be. This is not how we're going to reclaim the West. And just as you went wrong, you can go right. Every one of us, we're fallible. Every one of us can make mistakes. This is not going right. This is continuing the wrong. This is taking people into the worst of places. This is brain poisoning. This is inflicting further damage on white individuals, which, if you ostensibly are arguing for the freeing of the white race from anti-whiteism, the white individual is all important. It's the only important thing. Instead, they take them this direction. So here you have two of the three most widely known characters. And don't worry, Joel's not going to be let off the hook here. Although Cooper's public views on women are not as extreme as Tate's, he's been using Tate's affiliate marketing blueprint to artificially flood social media. How many of you, and not in the space, at least that I heard, that we attended, a number of us last night, but the week before, we all heard repeatedly, now's the time. Everybody is talking about the Jews. Everybody. Oh, are they? Are they? You mean the infinite number of bots that any one person can buy? Everybody, now's the time. It can be talked about now in anonymity online where nobody knows your name or face or number and can be talked about. Okay. So using the Tate's affiliate marketing blueprint to artificially flood social media with videos promoting his own sex courses, as well as a line of his own supplements to correct erectile dysfunction. And I guarantee you, he makes claims about making your dork bigger. I guarantee it. Just take I would have not only not have anything to do. If somebody showed up and was like, yeah, I'd like to be a part of white well-being. All right. Well, wait a second. Here it says that you're selling erectile pills. Are you done with that? Was that a mistake from the past? You know that shit doesn't work. You were thieving from people. And what does the sexuality have to do, and certainly sexual dominate, what does that have to do with the well-being of white people? Get the fuck out of here. So, yeah. Yeah, I could just see that now. It's got like a. I'm sure the guys who ran the Third Reich would be very proud of a guy standing in front of a swastika banner of one of the many types fluttering in the background, and he's like, "Get my latest supplements for your erectile dysfunction, Aryan heroes." Oh my God. Holy shit, it's a comedy movie, these people. Yes. It's called the Hitler Salute. Holy shit. Oh my God. It's called Sig Higher. Oh my God. Somebody make some jokes about that in the live chat. Tag me. Holy shit. Oh my God. This is the seriousness of the NSN global network. The tactic in which followers are paid commissions. So here is the affiliate marketing blueprint that they're employing in the NSN. Works by way of followers are paid commissions to edit and distribute the content in their own feeds or on copycat accounts. And by doing so, this is what caused Tate to reach millions and of viewers in a month and thousands of paying subscribers in a month. Millions of views and thousands of paying subscribers with a pyramid scheme. Come on board. You'll be paid according to this article. I don't know. I wasn't there. Thank the good Lord. Trust me, I would have walked out as soon as they started pitching the Sig Higher erectile dysfunction and growth pills. And you got out there and you posted, these poor souls posted and were paid for posting. So the more copycat accounts that they made to do the posting, the more money they made. And by doing that, got the Tate brothers millions of views in a month and thousands of paying subscribers. Based on what they ended up, the pittance they ended up paying these people, I think it was Romanians, based on the pittance they paid them, I would say it was a really good return on investment to defraud the white race. Let's see what you all are saying. That's some funny shit, isn't it? Gregory says, what is that, a name for the pills? It's the Sig Higher. Oh my God, this is so ridiculous. Justin McDaniel, the Uber inch pills. Aryan Supermen. Get your Uber inch pills today. My proprietary blend of rosemary and African root germ guaranteed will add inches. Oh my God. Tag me as No White Guilt so I can see if you have something funny to say. Olaf says, my struggle, and then the subtitle, to get a hard on. Mein Kampf, to get a hard on. Oh man, these guys are serious. Yes. Yes, just all of their chest puffing about we're the tough, we're the real, and this is what they embrace. Oh my God. Villagra, says Ardent Party. This is insane. This is so funny. Oh my, they can't be more self-parodic. What fucking losers. What fucking losers. Yeah, let's associate with this guy. Let's associate with this guy. And then they got the sex domination course. What kind of a loser would buy a sex domination course? I wonder what the sale line for that is in association with something neo-Nazi, what that would be like. Tag me. Oh my God, Franklin. Blood flow and soil. I can see the box that says that. And you get that in the mail, and it doesn't even come in like a plain wrapper. It just has the act because they're going to advertise everywhere. They don't care about you. So it's not even going to come in a plain wrapper. It's just on the box. It's going to be like some guy in a gray uniform, blood flow and soil, and a ruler that grows longer across the box. I would not want to advertise that you have a problem in that department. You know, if you are in the white positive sphere and you're having some genuine issues, go to the doctor and get the help you need. There's all kind of help, I'm sure. Just get the help you need, and you just do that kind of thing in private. We're never going to make that. Could you imagine like the banners on the website? for the glory of the Fourth Reich. Penis augmentation. help your limp puppy. I would love to go on. I'll have to wait a minute to do that. To do so. Blood flow and soil. Holy shit. Iowa says the pills must make your hair fall out because they're all bald. Who the hell knows what's in those supplements? Who the hell knows? You know, he's got like Guatemalans or whatever just packing whatever into them little capsules that these poor souls are going to be taking. The tripum of the hard, American Eagle. Pass the goose or juice. He says that's a bit gross. Pass the juice. The long night of love you long time. That's a course. That's a course for these people. Night of the long love you long time. Oh, they could be taken so seriously. Why is it? I mean, we're going to get into it in a minute. And you got these poor young guys that are a little mentally challenged, little schizophrenic, on the spectrum, and they're bringing them in and they're exposing them, they say, to these sexualized environments. Why is it with the Fuentes environment? You got a lot of this lolly socks and then over here in the, what is going on? I mean, what is the sexual deviancy in these circles? How about you just have like an identity of white positivity, nobility, and then you endeavor to have a normal, healthy relationship in the world. And part of the normal, healthy relationship is sexuality. Why don't you just like have that as one of the other sectors and zones of your life, and we'll do white well-being here. Good God. You look into these circles and how many times, I mean, what was the guy's name? The Arab guy that was Fuentes' right-hand man that was begging on all of the little boys, the teenage boys, for nudes and things like this, and he kept him around. My God, what else do we have? Kinfolk says blood and soy. Cool Papa, SS for soy skinhead. Yeah, that's what you could. Do they bring them in and they're like, listen, the Jews are feeding you soy. That's why your pee-pee is small and doesn't work. But I have blood and soil Viagra here for you. Side effects make you dumb. Yes, absolutely. Archangel laughing his ass off. Oh, Bile Spirit of the West. We will pump you up. I mean, what's next? Penis pumps? Do they all read? Now, you'll see. They like sit them down and they make them read Mein Kampf. And then they have, this is like one of them sex parties. This is like one of them sex parties where they sell the sex toys and the scented candles and everything. Can you see it now? Cooper's going to like sit down there and Joel Davis is going to be sitting beside him and they're going to be like, okay, today we read, chapter whatever of Mein Kampf. And next we have as our principal product of the day, The penis pump. And it's just a picture of an arm going up like that. How loyal are you to the Führer? And there's like inches running up the side of that thing. How high is your salute? Salute the Führer. I'm sure the actual men in the Third Reich would totally approve. All right. Oh my God. Blood flow and soil. That's absolutely what it's called. Blood flow and soil. Problematic biospirit. Oh, Arden Party is rocking it. Put the goose back in your step as the byline. And then you could see the commercials that they would have. They'll happen. They'll actually happen because that's what a carnival the internet is. That's what a joke it is. They'll actually happen where there's going to be some like sickly little poor guy, muscleless guy, and he's going to say, I took blood flow and soil, and my white sex and housekeeping slave has said she really likes it, don't you? And she's like chained in the kitchen or whatever. Can't leave for the physical abuse. All right, we got to move on. It's too hilarious. This is too funny. Okay, where did we I wish I knew that was in there before just reading it. I would have totally prepared. The NSN, which charges its acolytes to join. So it charges these people to join, has recently opened its propaganda archives for supporters to spread its content in a similar way. So using that same blueprint that the Tates did, but they are not going to pay them a commission. Now, this is going to be, how will they get the work out of them? I've seen it before in the white sympathetic sphere. They'll come to you and say, what, are you not pro-white enough? It's your duty to do this. I mean, there's a group, I'm not going to say where it is in the United States, where the leader guilts the ever-living shit, intimidates and threatens the members to do things for him. Nobody's getting paid. They just have to do things for him. Same strategy. Cooper, Tate, and NSN affiliate videos have all used a similar fast wave style of editing popular with the far right, and accounts posting them analyzed by this masthead appear to be run by young men. TikTok is now flooded. How many times have you heard about how free TikTok is and how everybody can say what they want, buy Juicebergs, and how great of a platform it is when it's a bunch of fake Juiceberging accounts. One teenager told this masthead he joined the NSN, quote, looking for a family, close quote. How sad is that? After surviving domestic violence as a kid and coming across, quote, Nazi edits on TikTok. So the Nazi edits. So that brain poisons them. They show these videos of a very proud and functioning German state. They show the videos of the 10 men abreast marching in perfect unison down the streets. Then they hit them up with blood flow and soil. Quote, they kind of had the same image as Tate of working out. The masculinity, close quote, says the teen, who has since left the group. So that's so exploiting these people. As far as I'm concerned, you should be killed for that. Each one of these people, and we got to keep rolling here, is a life. And if you can't appreciate what I just said, if you're like, oh yeah, it's a life, and then you're a piece of shit. You are not fit for leadership. You are not fit to promulgate the cure to to our victimization. He was drawn to the NSN Active Club model that promises a similar self-improvement route as manosphere influencers, such as former kickboxer Tate, joining their fitness boot camps, camping trips, and boxing matches. I bet they've got a lot of going on in them camping trips and then tents. I can rock a tent, let me tell you. I can rock a tent. But these tents I would not want to walk by. Quote, within a few weeks of vetting, I was in, says the former recruit. Quote, at training meetings, at book club, where they all read Mein Kampf. It was like grooming. And they started asking us all to make those videos too. So there you have it. I was right. The exact same thing. It's your duty. Now get busy recruiting people to become part of the Aryan takeover of the world and make sure they see the ads for blood flow and soil. Richard says this kind of extremist propaganda can be addictive, offering followers new buy-in with the group. Young NSN member Michael Nelson has boasted of introducing Nazi TikTok and Fortnite dancers into the group's filmed stunts, dances, to captivate the youth. Some NSN hyper edits have even been reposted by fringe politicians. Meanwhile, and I'm sure they don't even know what they're sharing. They just see something and they think, oh, that's, and they got a day to get through. They click a retweet and then they're caught. Meanwhile, the NSN figure, Joel Davis, I told you we'd get to all three of them, recently told his followers online, quote, discussing Adolf Hitler with normies has literally never been this easy. You mean online? With those bots? With the not paid individuals who have numerous accounts to be online pushing this shit? Discussing Adolf Hitler with normies has literally never been this easy. I think they've been seeing the TikTok edits, lads, close quote. Last week, Davis also urged followers to post clips from his show with Blair Cottrell. Of course, they call him white supremacist. Quote, that's how Andrew Tate blew up. So he's telling them, he's getting the info on how to trick the population by way of the bandwagon effect. And he's telling the followers to do it. Not to improve the lives of white people. Not to empower them. That's how Tate blew up, Davis said. Quote, he paid, oh, it is Romanians, $8 an hour. What did I say? $7? Whatever. To show his clips all over the internet. And boom. So it's a tried and true method, close quote. Cooper, who has hundreds of thousands of followers online, heavily promoted the August March for Australia rallies, which were secretly run by the NSN. Two former members say Cooper has donated money to those in the NSN and appeared close to leadership at meetings he attended. I bet he's appeared close, kind of like the Arab guy, real close with Fuentes. And the others, too. He's not the only one. Wonder why would want to get into the environments with the mentally challenged young white boys. What could it be? What could it be? What a conundrum. But in recent days, the manosphere influencer has posted online defending the NSN's actions, sharing articles by its alleged news site, The Noticer, and floating the idea of running a charity boxing match between the neo-Nazi group and left-wing protesters. I want you to take a look at, of course, on the right here is Elijah Schaffer. You probably recognize him. The guy on the left here is the one that thinks you want to see him naked. Now, I don't know about you, but I could think of plenty of other guys that would come before this one. And then you got this guy in the middle. Who is this guy in the middle? Hugo Lenin. At this masthead, as it revealed, links between anti-immigration influencer Hugo Lenin, NSN, last month, Cooper. Now you wonder why this guy, not terribly interested in conversations about white well-being. You ever find yourself like scratching your head? You're like, all of these people claim to be right-wing. They all claim to care about the white race. They all argue against and complain about things that are done to white people. So surely they are pro-white or for white people or white sympathetic, right? Surely. But they won't talk to the white positive people. Now you see completely different endeavors. I mean, what more do you need? Cooper shared a photograph of himself along with Lenin and Elijah Schaffer, and writing exciting times ahead for the NSN. Australia's biggest neo-Nazi group is in recruiting overdrive. Analyzed by this masthead, the White Rose Society. I'm sure we are the White Roses, bitch. They are anti-whites. Suggests more than 100 new members have joined the NSN this year. All right. Well, I mean, that doesn't sound totally spectacular for them, but quote, it's more than we've seen before. Some meetups have even hit record numbers for them. All those new faces are what allowed the group to send so many undercover Nazis into the March for Australia rallies around the country. As revealed by this masthead, to control the crowd and antagonize counter-protesters. They tried the stunt again to a smaller degree at the second march. But the main show this time was after the rally, when prospective recruits were sent directly to neo-Nazi vetting meetings held at secret locations around the country. The masthead discovered the location of the Melbourne meeting in an inner North Car Park and observed about 10 people running through ID checks with senior neo-Nazi holding clipboards, including convicted criminal Roberts. Recruits were then given a second location to attend a political similar introduction supporting the NSN. Researchers say the rallies have always been the NSN's key recruiting ground. Their numbers also swelled after the pandemic era, and key leaders themselves. Now, 100%, this is infiltrated by the feds. 100%. 100%. Their numbers also swelled after pandemic era lockdowns. Many members, including Sewell, now facing serious charges for a string of violent assaults. NSN leaders have spoken of recruiting younger. They've lately have spoken of recruiting younger of late and looking to gain funding and legitimacy. Parents of young men in the NSN who did not wish to be identified for safety reasons said they felt Sewell had exploited their children's mental health, social isolation, or underlying conditions to build what he has called his army of autistics. Quote, his thinking is so black and white, I'm worried what we could be, or what he could be persuaded to do, said one parent of their son. It's like there's two of him. There's the part that goes off as their soldier, and there's my son who knows right from wrong. And that's who I'm looking, and that's who I'm holding on to, says the parent. How sad. In a video of followers earlier this year, Sewell claimed to have recruited hundreds of autistic teenagers. New Zealand-born Sewell served 2 years in the Army and has spoken of taking traumatized teens under his wing to toughen them up. He used to work with some of the state's most vulnerable children for his job in residential care. So he was one of these people who worked with handicapped children, I guess maybe after being in the military. Now he's going to those kids and saying, hey, they got some pills for you. Still, they don't really care about us, said one former member who cited the group's violence and hypersexuality. Some families and their sons have found neo-Nazi gaming platforms or incel forums on their child's devices. For others, it was at their local gym where they ended up meeting with one of these people. But experts at the NSN reach has grown to the point where they no longer have to actively recruit. After stumbling across TikTok videos, and that is the active recruiting, so they get that wrong, they can then be funneled once they fall into these audiences of these videos. They can then be funneled into specific NSN chapters. Recruits can then be funneled to their local chapters for vetting by the NSN's dedicated Telegram bot. While the group has ties to proscribed international terror groups such as Combat 18, Proud Boys, Adam Waffen, and The Base, Fed operations, the NSN itself has not been banned in Australia, not yet. Get a white domestic slave. We're going to have to wrap it up here. But Sterling Cooper, self-dedicated retired porn star, joined the ranks of Australia's neo-Nazis. It is unclear. According to his website, he studied chemistry at the university in Western Australia and worked as a pharmaceutical researcher scientist before moving to Miami. These days, he is increasingly based back home in Australia. Since the Tate's numerous arrests, yada, yada. Later, when Tristan told the chat how he regularly called women from his harem who weren't providing cash or status, an account linked to Cooper agreed. I become more ruthless with culling women off, so getting rid of them if they're not making me money selling their bodies. Further messages sent, let's see, chat, it just gets worse and worse, in which she thanked him for, quote, beating the brat out of me. Quote, if a mafia boss's girl was on someone's boat, do you not think someone would get shot in the head? The war room, how he trained women. Cooper talked about how he trained women, whom the group refers to as dragons, to believe their value lay in their servitude. So this is where they're talking about making them domestic slaves. In recent live stream, the NSN's Joel Davis ranted about race traders dating non-white women because, quote, they don't know how to make a white woman submit, telling followers, quote, this is Joel Davis telling his followers, quote, watch your Sterling Cooper videos, get skills, and get a white domestic slave. We've got victories coming up. A short break. Ladies and gentlemen, let that sit in your mind. The kind of people that are out there in the world and ostensibly for the good of the white race, ostensibly to recapture our destiny, ostensibly to, excuse me, arrest our victimization, while we here work to protect ourselves, our loved ones, our children from the harm inflicted by anti-whiteism. And I'll be right back.
Loving your people is like coming home. No one knows you like family. Until you do, you'll be alone. Loving your people is just letting go of all the lies and the self-hate that you've ever been sold. Love ain't no streets, populous. Love ain't no streets, populous. Brother, you're welcome, brother of mine. The bonds of blood between us transcend space and time. Just love your people and become whole. Find your role eternal as part of the folk soul. Love ain't no streets, populous. 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 Loving your people is like coming home. No one knows you like family. Until you do, you'll be alone. Loving your people is just letting go of all the lies and the self-hate that you've ever been sold. Love ain't no streets, populous. Love ain't no streets, populous. Love ain't no streets,
timeline. You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Let's get into the epic swashing celebration, the swashbuckling celebration. Get your Vargas emojis together, and God bless everybody who are here to celebrate the victories of those in service to white well-being. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a big thank you to Biospirit of the West and Franklin for all of their hard work that takes various shapes in service to white well-being. God bless these gentlemen. We love you so very much. You're doing a great service for the West. Big thank you to Biospirit of the West, Sour Notes, the Ivan and the Franklin for showing up on Donald Trump Jr. stream and swashing epically in that environment to get these concepts into his mouth as we have, and into the mouth of his father and all of the other champions in the current regime in DC. God bless everybody for doing that. Let's give a big thank you to Robert and the Blue Flame. Last night, I mean, everybody from our community was rocking it in that space. By a woman by the name of Tracy holds the space. And Robert, everybody did a fabulous job. But I want to give an extra big thanks to Robert and the Blue Flame. I couldn't believe it. In fact, at the end, I was going to speak one more time. The Blue Flame got up and talked, and he did such a great job. All I did was drop the mic for him. Big salutes. I also want to thank the great Brian, who was there again doing an epic job for white well-being. God bless him, even sharing that until Go Free, and I didn't know this, until Go Free, he had been suicidal. So let's show this man some love. Let's show this man some real love from white well-being, from this entire community. God bless you, champion. God bless you standing up, sharing your testimonial. And it's a difficult thing to share when you've reached that point. If you reach that point in your life, a lot of people are too intimidated and embarrassed. God bless you for that. The great Brian, the work that he was doing there. Let's give a big thank you to the clip makers this week. 3 of them I saw. More clips might have been made. Let me know if you made clips. We had Anglo-Saxon NWG made a glorious clip. Stopper Antivitism made an epic clip, and at least one apiece. And Tree Godfather made like 10 glorious clips. In fact, one is the one where I'm talking about Bubble Boy. That is hilarious. You have to watch it if you haven't watched it yet. Epic job. I mean, that's a great amount of time and effort and etc. Let's show the love for all of those efforts, all the time invested, all the charity of these champions. Big love and support for you heroes. Let's see what else we have to put on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start right over here. You know why? You know why. Here we have Anglo-Saxon NWG. Nazi, in quotes, perfectly done, is really just an anti-white slur. 5,276 empowered. You take a look at the likes and the retweets. This is in the audience of James Kirkpatrick. You watch for this. It's coming up. Connor, 5,000 empowered in the audience of, is that Heckles? What is that? Connor. Show the celebration. Remember, take a screenshot, read it later. Cool Papa J Magic, 23.1 thousand in the audience, empowered. In the audience of Basil, Cool Papa J Magic. Cool Papa J Magic, 423 empowered, given likes. In the audience of Leonarda Joni. Cool Papa J Magic, 1,000 empowered in the audience of Matt Walsh. Celebrate these people and make sure you come back and read the genius that they share. Cool Baba J Magic, 277 empowered in the audience of Matt Walsh. Whenever people say, quote, we need more women and non-whites in power, what they mean is they want to remove the white men. Absolutely brilliant. They will always push for the most white erasure they can get away with. They are anti-white. Give it up for Cool. Cool Baba J Magic in the audience of Tim Pool. This white erasure is happening in all of our countries. Anti-whiteism is causing it. 228 empowered in that audience. Darby here in the wild, over 12,000 empowered. Take a look at the epic meme in the audience. This is Darby O'Gill's post. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the one, the only, the Franklinator. Swashing IRL, ladies and gentlemen. Just a smattering of all of the swashing this champion has done recently. IRL. Show him some love. Here in the once great state of Virginia. Check it out. You know this man is a master. He has swashed IRL for like 1,000 of us. Make sure you pat him on the back. Put him on your shoulders. Look at it right there. Franklin swashing the world over. God bless this man. God bless him. Here is the great Franklin empowering 15.3 thousand people in the audience of Matt Walsh. If you have no issues with white erasure and anti-whiteism, then you're just outing yourself as an anti-white. Franklinator is everywhere. Here you have from the wild. No, it's triple A here. This you, or should I say that be you? But really, look at this. Triple A coming in support, ladies and gentlemen, of Barcelona. I want you to pay close attention to this. What happened here? Felix, the social democrat. Barcelona, the hero, comes in. F anti-whiteism, you stupid anti-white bitch. How does Felix respond? Felix, my best friends are white. Oh, epic victory! Epic victory! Show Barcelona some love. One interaction, and he dominates. Are you on the board this week? Are you on the board like Barcelona, ladies and gentlemen? Here you have Info Battle Maiden in the wild, 11,000 empowered here in the audience. Maybe that's Rush in the wild. Oh, take a look at this. It's coming up. Here you have Paul Zaipula in response to Libs of TikTok. He writes, anti-whiteism is an epidemic in America, and it's started to get really bad under Obama. 111.3 thousand people empowered in Libs of TikTok's audience. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen. James Connolly, 229 empowered. There are no hate speech laws. They are anti-white speech codes. Show the man some love. Epic swashing, James. Well done.